donnent à bouffer des haubans. Et ça sent la morue jusque dans le cœur des frites, que leurs grosses mains invitent à revenir en pluie se lèvent en riant dans un bruit de tempête, referment leurs braguettes et sortent en rotant. Dans le port d'Amsterdam, il y a des marins qui dansent en se frottant la panse sur la panse des
to find innovation summits on 2022. We are very happy to have here in our campus. Also that is broadcasting our social media, having a lot of people following us. I will not get introduce Carlos Diego from Lopez, our global CEO of Les Roches, please. Good morning. Thank you, Pablo. This is an special event for different reasons. The first reason, at least for me, because it's my first presentation here in Crans-Montana. And other reason is because it's, in my opinion, one of the first steps that we have to do in the next evolution of the Spark in Les Roches globally. Thank you all for coming. It's an honor to have you here. It's a pleasure to speak about these topics, about innovation in this forum. But let me reflect with you and explain to you why Les Roches, one of the three most reputed universities in hospitality in the world, in some day decided to take this approach for innovation and entrepreneur in hospitality. A lot of times with different people in the industry, they ask me about why Les Roches is approaching with this type of, they feel impressed about the approach that we are doing about innovation, technology, all the development that we are doing in the campuses that we have, all the links that we have with the industry, all the projects that we are participating, international and very interesting project right now in the scope of Spark. And they feel a little surprised because Les Roches traditionally and all the business, hospitality business schools globally have the tradition to be focusing in the care of the people, in guarantee the high level of standards of quality, in the customer service attendance, in the discipline, in the humble attitude, in all these type of values that build the right way to manage the hospitality excellent and luxury standards in hotel industry. But right now, it's very clear for all the people in the industry and more after the pandemic that innovation is really an important part of piece of this industry more and more every year. One day, discussing with Talal Rifai, the former General Secretary of United Nations Tourist Organization, I remember in Madrid, in one meeting, we have some minutes in a coffee to discuss about the evolution of the tourism and what we need for the future. And he told me one sentence that for me, I always remember, and for me was very key to understand what is the next challenge for the industry. When I asked him, because normally I ask this question for a lot of people, industry people, what do you think the industry will need for the future? And the reflection that he shared with me, and he was a person with a huge experience in hospitality for a long time, he told me, Carlos, you know, now the big problem and the big challenge that all the professionals in hospitality will have is they need to manage in a very uncertain environment. They need to manage in a very big changes environment, and they need to manage in a circumstances that they are never secure. And to push the professionals and train the professionals to take decisions in an environment that is never fixed and it's changing very, very quickly, constantly, is a big challenge that not all the countries and not all the universities knows how to face. This reflection was very important for me because I am in love of the Les Roches model. I was working 25 years in different universities, private universities worldwide, and when I came to Les Roches, I perceived that this is a really excellent boutique of excellence in education. We develop a real transformation in the professionals. But the future is changing, and the future is not fixed, and we need to evolve with the future. And one of the things that we have clear is, or the question that we need to discuss, and we discuss with Christine Denmeyer, one of the main responsible of this evolution of the brand. We'll discuss about how we can to work and to build this training in the professionals in an environment that is not fixed and we cannot control. And the reflection was continuing following with another reflection about the university studies and the way that all the schools and universities, they are training innovation. If you remember, at least in my case, perhaps I'm older than some of you here in the room, but in my times, when I was in the school, I was studying COBOL, BASIC, C++, all this type of IT technologies. And I was a kid working and programming in BASIC, some little programs, ridiculous and basic programs, but some little programs in my school. Because at that moment, in the first step of the technology, all the universities and schools thought that to train people for the future in technology is to teach them how to create technology. After that, we discovered that it's not needed because we have specialized people to create technology. And we discovered that the next challenge should be to manage the technology. And all the universities worldwide, they start to work to teach the students how to use the technology. If you remember, at least in my case, in my university, I have a lot of classes about Excel, PowerPoint, Word, these basic tools. And after, some of the universities we discover, others not, others continue doing that, but some of the universities we discover that the challenge is not also to train the students how to use the technology, because technology more and more is very user-friendly. The challenge right now with the technology is to train the students how to select the best technology that gives value in their professional life and personal life. That is the big challenge for all the managers in hospitality and, in my opinion, in all the industries. And that is a big challenge for a university, how we can train the students and the professionals to select properly the technology and to understand the real value of the technology in their companies, in their life. It's difficult to do because it's nothing fixed. And the most important thing, technology is evolving very, very quick. And if we try to focus to teach about some tools, some developments, some technologies, we will be an update in 1 year, 2 years. In 2 years, we will lose all this value of this training. And thinking on that, we align this type of challenge with the reality of Les Roches. Les Roches is very well named for for different important reasons, but one of them is very important. Our model is based in put the students and expose the professionals to a real situation, real experience in life, in the professions. We push the students to stay making practical about the things that they will manage, or their teams will manage and do, to create this humble attitude, to understand, you need to understand how your people need to do to be a good manager. You need to touch, you need to try, you need to learn by doing. These type of things is important to understand the value of the skills that your team need to manage, and it's important for you to have the humble attitude and understanding how the value of the industry. Les Roches is that the approach for innovation, entrepreneurial technology, in our opinion, should be the same. And this is why Inspiring is based in convert Les Roches in one of the main and more important players globally to expose the professionals to the reality for the new scenario of technology in the world. And how we can do in our campus and in the day by day. That is one example. And thank you, Pablo, thank you, Susana. You make an amazing job in the last 2 years. We have an amazing evolution of the Spark project. We have companies involved with us in the campus, creating and exposed to the technology and offer the opportunity to the students to participate and to touch and to understand how is the value of the technology. We are participating in very impressive projects, evolution. We are discussing, we are creating forums to discuss and to understand how technology is evolving in the industry. All this ecosystem is very good for us for two reasons. First reason, because we are exposing the ambitions that we have in Les Roches to lead globally this type of evolution in technology innovation in tourism. Second, because the professional and the students in Les Roches, they will experience how technology is, they will touch, they will participate in it, and they will see real protagonists to the new evolution of the technology and innovation in hospitality. And the dream and the reality, not only dream, because we are perceiving that the industry is reaching this challenge and is recognizing to us this evolution. The dream and the reality that we are building in Les Roches right now is more and more companies start to understand that when they hire and they offer the opportunity for a Les Roches professional to be part of their companies and their projects, they can guarantee that the professional that they have with them in the company will be a challenging manager person in a positive way to offer for the company a big knowledge to understand the value, extra value of the technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. Different step that we have in this project, and I think we feel very proud of that, is we have recently signed an agreement with the United Nations Tourist Organization. I have to say thank you, special thanks to Thuratpolo Likasvili, the General Secretary of the United Nations Tourist Organization, very good friend of us, and Natalia Bayona, that will be joining us in the last part of the event. We make an agreement with them because the United Nations Tourist Organization, and Thuras told me, Thuras is very passionate about two things, education and innovation. And that is a project that combines both. And we are joining with them to push globally with all the continents and external areas the innovation and entrepreneurial spirit in the industry. It's a big agreement for us. It's a big agreement and big support for them. And we will develop in the next months, because I don't want many people come back to me and say what happened. But in the next month, we will develop a very, very ambitious project to join the effort of this beautiful location that we have in Switzerland and in Spain and with United Nations to make another step and to put the Roche and to put the industry in innovation in another level. Innovation is something, and entrepreneurial spirit is something that create opportunities for all in the market. But it's not only something that generates an extra for the companies. It's something that the companies need to manage every day. The entrepreneurial spirit is something that the students need to have for the basic of their professional careers. And that is something that Spark is trying to do. Now, during this event, I don't want to spend more time in my introduction, but during this event, we will expose different examples about innovation in tourism. This is one of the events that we will have to remark the effort of Les Roches in innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. And we have this Spark event. We have Sutus event, that is another event about aerospatial and subaquatic tourism in the world that we're leading. And we will have more and more project and interaction and opportunities to lead the industry and offer to all of you, to the alumni, thank you here for starting with us. It's a real honor to have you here. When I'm here, I feel some level of responsibility because we represent all of you, and all of you, they are giving the reputation that we have right now. For the industry people that is joining us, the project with us, we will want to be a real important player for them to develop the project in the best way possible in the industry. And thank you for the authorities, for the students, for all the people that will support us in this project for a long time. I don't want to spend more time. I want to say again, thank you for staying here with us. I hope you enjoy this journey. I hope you enjoy all the journey with us in the next year for the evolution of Spark. And enjoy this event, enjoy the experience. And I hope I can see you very, very soon in another step of this amazing and very exciting project that we have in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for these wise words, especially coming from you. He is considered one of the 150 best experts in tourism in Spain. So for us, it's an honor to have you and leading Les Roches project and the Spark project. So we're going to keep on, on the keynotes. For me, it's a real pleasure, to come to, or to call to the stage to Susana Garrido. She is the director of Spark Marbella. At the end, Spark is only one entity, but we have in 2 campuses in the best locations of the world of tourism and hospitality. So we have a very interesting keynote with Susana. So please, Susana, welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And today what I'm going to talk about, because sometimes when we start talking about innovation, especially businesses and especially hospitality businesses who have been very, very focused on customers and on people, sometimes we get a little bit lost, no? So we know that we have to be innovative, but still we have to care about people. So how do we integrate both? So I'm going to use an example for hotels, but obviously you can apply this to any other type of hospitality business or even any other business that is related to service. So what innovation tools should they have? This is the question, because there's a huge variety of tools and innovative things and technology, but the question is, what is it that we should definitely have? So we're going to try and answer this question, and hopefully you can use this as a model for any other business. One of the things that we need to understand, well, we have the content here, and I'm sure that we can make the slides available after this, in case you want to recheck. But the key thing is that usually the type of innovation, or what we think about innovation, is that it is the use of a new technology to produce a new product. So new thing and new thing, it usually a combination for disaster if you don't know where you're entering. But there are other ways to innovate as well that sometimes we forget about. They are a little bit more subtle innovation, and this could be use a new technology to produce a new product. This is the one that we have. But also you can use an existing technology to produce a new product, or you can use an existing technology to produce an old product in a new way. This is also technology, okay? This is also innovation. Or you can also find a new source of resources to produce more efficiently. This is also innovation. So sometimes we need to be reminded that we don't need to go crazy in a way with innovation. There are little ways to go and be innovative without breaking the bank, without looking for something completely out of the box. So there are very many different ways of innovating. And the last one is also, this is also one that we forget, but we do it all the time. We innovate by developing a new market for an existing product. Just the fact that we are moving one product to another market, we are also bringing this innovation to this other market. So this is something that we need to remember. We are also innovating by doing this, and we do this every day without even realizing. So what are the trendy technologies in 2022, this year? What is it that it's out there that we can actually use, or maybe that we can consider? Some of them are actually very technical, and that's why the early adopters of these technologies, they are not in tourism. As we know, tourism is probably not the super trendiest. They were not the first ones to jump into something very new. We are more of a, we see how the whole world reacts, and then maybe we jump into that. So you will see that they are very technical, some of them. And this is, according to Gartner, the top strategic technology trends for 2022. And most of them, as you see, so you have data fabric, composable applications, distributed enterprise, cybersecurity, decision intelligence, total experience. So they are very technical. Hyper-automation, autonomic system, generative AI. So if you look at this and then you look at hospitality, you think, how do I actually mix these two, right? Because most of us in hospitality, okay, I need somebody to explain to me, like Carlos was saying, we are not the experts of this. We have experts that actually focus on that, but we need to know what exists in order to realize, okay, does it work for my customers? This is something that makes sense in my company. So even though it might sound super technical, we still need to know what there is out there so that we can take maybe advantage of maybe some pieces for the hotel. And I'm not going to explain each one of them because it will take us for a long time. But just so you see the example of what there is out there, how technical it is, but we don't need to know about this. We just need to know that they exist. So the key here is which technologies should we select? We have a huge variety, as we have seen, but how do we choose what is it that we're going to concentrate on? We cannot do everything at the same time. The answer is always the ones that add value to customers. Those are the technology that we need. No more than that, no less, but only the ones that add value. And the key here is then we get to the question, the usual question. So what do customers expect from a hotel. And like I said, in this presentation, I have picked hotels as an example, but you can do this, the same thing, with your businesses, or even any other, it could be a retail store. So anything where you have customers and you have service, you can actually apply the same thing, the same system. So what do they expect from a hotel? And when we ask customers what they expect from the hotel, surprise, surprise, they still expect the same usual things, okay? Cleanliness, safety policies, value for money, high quality service, sustainability, personalized experiences, adequate lighting, and a pleasant scent. How many high technology options did you see in this list? Not many, no? Well, this is what customers want from a hotel, still. So we still have the traditional. This is what people expect. So how do we integrate it with technology? So let's ask customers, what do they expect from technology in a hotel? And this is how we're going to mix both. What do they expect? They expect mobile checking, because it's easy, because I don't want to deal with a queue of people. Maybe I don't want to talk to anybody because I've been traveling for hours. So mobile checking is something that they expect in a hotel from technology. Also, they expect digital keys. We hate to fumble with those old keys that some hotels still have, and they have their little charm, but this is what people expect. They expect digital keys. Also, this is key. They expect in-room technology like at home. If they have Alexa at home and they ask Alexa to play music, they expect the same. So what you should be offering in the hotels is at least the same comfort that customers have at home. So the very least, that is the basics. Of course, if I have a TV in my room, I want a TV in my room. If I have a TV in my bathroom, in my hotel, I also want a TV in my bathroom. So what we expect is to have at least the same services that I have in my house. The same or more, obviously. Other thing that people expect from technology in a hotel, mobile information. I don't want to queue and talk to the concierge. I want to have all the information in the palm of my hand. Or also, I want to order through my mobile. If I can do it at home, I should be able to do it in a hotel too. So this is the thing. And in summary, what customers want from technology in a hotel is to be a home away from home. So you cannot offer any less. If they are used to plug in their phone to play music in the room, you have to offer that as well in the hotel. So you have to offer at least what they have at home and higher. This is what they expect from technology. They don't expect anything super technical, as you see, but they expect the experience like being at home. So what is the technology that is in place already in hotels? We have seen what people are expecting from a hotel traditionally, what they expect from technology in a hotel. Let's have a look at what are the things that are already in place in hotels. What is the tech that people already see some place in the world, which means they might expect it from your businesses too. We have the possibility of using one's own device to play music. So I want to connect my phone or my iPod, if you still have one, to play music in the room, all right? Because maybe I don't care about the TV, I don't care about that typical music that some hotels used to have back in the day, but I want to play my own music, like I'm able to do at home, again. So it's all about what I'm able to do at home, I want to do in a hotel. Or facial recognition. Again, easiness in adding services or in getting information or accessing areas. So I don't have to find my key. I can just, okay, I'm the person who is supposed to be in this floor in the elevator, and I'm the person who is supposed to be in this room. So yes, recognize me. I don't even have to carry anything. Yeah. Or voice control rooms. Again, if I have Alexa in my place, I want the same thing in my room. I don't want to look for the buttons. I don't want to try and learn how your system in your hotel works. I just want the same system. I want easiness. I don't want to complicate my life when I go to the hotel. Robots, why not? If I have a robot at home in the kitchen, maybe I'm expecting also to have robots. But this is also something that hotels are using more and more, and you have seen the wonderful robot barista here. So this is something that also it's already in place in some hotels because it helps the experience. This RFID wristbands, where you don't have to sign anymore for your charges in the hotel, but you can just scan your band and say, okay, this is me, I authorize this purchase, and then that's it. So this is already in place. And then once, as you see here, of course, there are 4 festivals. Yeah. Chatbot. How many of you hate calling a call center to make because you know you're going to you're going to be there for a long, long time. But if I can chat, it spreads the time. Maybe I can do something else in the meantime instead of staying there. So this is already in place, and we appreciate it as an option. Smart amenities. Like I said, whatever it is that you call a smart amenity, it could be a tablet in the room to control all the lighting and the scent, or maybe ordering. The same thing that we have at home, no less than that. We at least expect that, and that's already in place in some hotels, which means any place can actually implement that. But the thing is, still the same question from the beginning. How do we select and encourage innovation in our hotels? And then we go back to something that Carlos mentioned. It's not about the technology itself, it's about the people who are going to implement it, and it's about having the right people. And this is why Spark was created, to create that new species of hospitality professionals. How to foster innovation? The key is to have a process. Sometimes we think innovation is something that you just, I don't know, you're walking in the forest and then you have a great idea and this is what you should be doing. No, this doesn't work like that. It works with a process. Everything is a process, and you can actually create technology or create innovation, something really, really new, but following a process. If somebody has done the process before, why should we invent something new? Just model that process so we can create more innovation. So what is this process like? It could be open innovation, is one of the examples. I'm a great advocate for open innovation, which is collaboration. And this is how you can innovate in hotels of any size or businesses of any size. What is this then? I leave it like the long version or the short version. I prefer always the short version. So it's pretty much the collaboration of internal and external stakeholders to innovate. So innovation is not you don't have to be a one-man orchestra, but you have to find the right team. You have to find the right collaborative environment. And this is key here. Okay, we're not alone when we innovate. This is not Steve Jobs in their garage, in their parents' garage, but it's more about collaboration. So examples of, I'm going to show you because this is not something theoretical, but there are actually companies in hospitality who are already doing this, and it works really, really well. So these are examples of open innovation in hospitality companies. For example, Barcelona Hotels, they are co-creating the ideal hotel together with the customers, together with employees, because they're going to work there, and because the customers are going to be there. So how about we ask them what they want, we collaborate, and we make it happen, okay? So this is a real example of how co-creation works. And then we have another one. So co-creation for the hotel design. Again, the guests are the ones who are going to be there. So how about we involve them in the process of creating the hotel? So it's all about collaboration, and it's all about having a system, okay? The benefits of this open innovation is the value increases through the collaboration because we have different stakeholders participating. For the customer, it's also part of the product and the service delivery. How cool is it that I can design the room that I'm going to be staying at? It also creates the basis for providing unique value for each individual because, again, they're collaborating. They give their little piece of opinion, no? And all the stakeholders, they add and they receive value. So this is the whole idea. But how do we do this? So you have to attract and retain innovative employees. It's not only about attracting them, but you also have to retain them. And this is something that, well, this is what we're trying to create, this type of mindset. This is what Spark is really about with the students, because they are not just the ones with great ideas, but they have to be the ones who dare to experiment, to step out of the box and maybe feeling uncomfortable. Also, they dare to apply the experience and they transfer it to others. They don't keep it to themselves, it's my project and it's for me, but they share, okay? This is what we do a little bit here in Spark. And this is like the step-by-step guide to innovate that any business can follow. So first you have to create a culture that fosters innovation. If you're going to tell your employees off because they do or they have a crazy idea, don't. This is not the right culture. So it has to be an open culture. Also, you have to have an innovation process in place. Maybe every time to time, you get together your teams with maybe different transversal teams, and they can just innovate and they can create ideas and so on. The more stakeholders you include, the better, okay? And also look at other industries to see what they're doing and identify the trends that are likable, so they're likely to be applied to your business. The best way to bring innovation is to see what there is around and maybe you can apply something. And to identify and retain innovative employees. So lastly, the future of hotel industry needs professionals who are reliable, independent, capable of handling uncertainty, like Carlos was saying. Everything is uncertain. As well as open to pivoting, to move, and to shift, and readjusting if the project requires. So this is the key, okay? And this is the type of employee, the type of student that we're trying to build here through this Spark project that Pablo is going to next tell you much more about. So thank you very much, and stay connected. Remember, it's all about collaboration, and it's been a pleasure. I'll be looking forward to meeting you here in the network. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wise words. Just for information for everyone, not that we can be connected. The previous experience that we have is called augmented reality. So in theory, it's been very we create that experience right now to understand what to meet different realities. So I will speak about since 2 years ago. Everything about how we can announce the reflection. The first thing that came to my mind is what a journey we have. So been 2 years of Spark. What's the idea that started in 2019, and we're thinking about what we can bring to our students to understand better innovation, hospitality. And we realized after that time that it's not just about hotels and restaurants. Every single industry talking about how we can satisfy better the clientele and how we can create experience to them. So that was Spark in 2020. I'm sure that all of us will remind me, okay, this 2020 year, Spain at home, my wife, so being at home with the kids, doing online learning, online education, online shopping, online training, online everything. But we were very committed about opening the center. And we decided to make in October and November an opening virtually. And it was very well because at the end, innovation is hybrid. We can make, today we are doing this event hybrid because we have people following us online, but we have VIP people here in this campus. And you can see on the face that we were super excited about launching Spark and being real life, okay, and working with the companies and the students. That was Spark last year, 2021, and it's physical by pleasure. Why? Because the conditions of COVID-19 allows us, okay, to open spaces. We knew that at that time that by having physical spaces, we were enhancing creativity. This is an important factor or skills of human beings to foster the future. We built many centers here in Les Roches Crans-Montana, but also in Marbella. And now that inspires us, okay, to make more collaboration, as mentioned before by Susanna. And now we come to 2022. So it's global by recognition. I mentioned by Carlos, we have this agreement with the UNWTO, who is giving to us the recognition. We are able to make, again, meetings here physically, or in Marbella with Sutus, and able to do that remotely. So now we have everything ready to really continue in our process to make students understand the importance of innovation. So as a nutshell, for people who never heard before about Spark, we built the global sphere to foster hospitality innovation. We create a very strong ecosystem of hospitality companies, tech companies, public institutions, faculty, students. It's a melting pot. This is the idea that we have to discuss what we have to create for the companies. And we are researching, developing, and testing new hospitality solutions for today and for tomorrow, trying to answer two main demands of the market. The first one is, okay, what the next employees or owners of the hospitality industry need to know in terms of digital transformation, that also include cultural changes in companies. And also, as the best way of learning is learning by doing, and it's something been doing here at Les Roches in 1964. So the best way of learning how to digitalize, how to understand different ways of doing things, new business cases, etc., is by doing it. So our students these days, they are collaborating with companies, and they are really rethinking how will be the future. So we're having one Spark as a brand, and we're having two best locations in Europe. So one here in Crans-Montana, one in Marbella. Both are really impressive in terms of tourism and innovation. And in these 2 years' time, we have hundreds of activities. This is the most important part of Spark, because we involve our faculty and students in this activity. So more than 100 corporate projects that we've been doing with more than 80 different companies, more than 30 different testings, more than 20 innovation challenges, 7,000 hours of learnings and fun, and the most important, a positive cultural change, internally, externally, with our partners, and this is something that we feel, all of us, extremely proud. So lesson learned during this journey of 2 years. What is the most important thing that we have to remember and we have to concentrate in 2022? And it's very simple. Is experience economy. The clientele, the customers, the staff, everyone that is part of the ecosystem of a company, they are looking forward for an experience. It's true, to create an experience, you have to create services. At the end, we are thinking about what people feel, because by feeling, people are much more engaged on the activities that you're doing. So if the most important right now is the customer and these experiences, we have to focus on that, because we know clearly from our research and other research that we are following up, that if you don't produce the best experiences, people will leave. People are not leaving because of the price. People are leaving because the experience is no good. And even after, if you are decreasing the price, the people will not come back to you. And loyalty during COVID-19 became the key thing that maintained companies alive. If the customer were trust the companies, they're always coming back, very happy toward you. And that also increased in terms of the revenue. It will be more human than ever. Especially, okay, that comes from a very strong report of Skift. And it says that by 2025, the hospitality industry, it will be more human than ever, but with technology. And to understand what our companies want, what we say all the time about hyper-personalization. We cannot hyper-personalize everything to everyone. This is very complicated because you will need several staff or employees per person, and it's very difficult to do. What we have to do, and this is why technology helps a lot, is to understand what most of the customers want and needs. And then we have a very large segmentation of what we call normally innovation customer journeys and profiles. We have to understand what these people want, and then we can create for them the services. We can create for them the tools. Normally, the tools are used by the employees to be able to satisfy our customers. Then we can hyper-personalize some activities of these services. And finally, enhance satisfaction. Another by research shows that when the customers are highly satisfied, they are not only returning back faster and more to your company, they also spend more money. They're enhancing the revenue. So this is part of the new economy that we have. And it's not just for hospitality. It's not just for hotels. It's not just for restaurants. We can see the same needs in mobility, the same needs in health and wellness, the same needs in banking, in insurances. After COVID-19, or this pandemic that we are about to live, right now, the customer began at the center of everything. And robots, not to be worried about robots. We have robots in our homes and hotels since 1950s, basically. It's not to be worried about robots. It's not to be worried about artificial intelligence. It's not to be worried about blockchain. And sometimes, it can be a little bit overwhelming to understand technology. Our requirements as a hospitality expert is not to create the technology. We are choosing what is the best technology to be able to create the best service. So it's true in every revolution, and now we are in the revolution. We say that we are in the fourth revolution, industrial revolution. Many things will change, but something is sure. If you are not changing, very, very probable you will fail. But if you change, doesn't mean that you will succeed, but you have much more percentage of succeeding. So yeah, some jobs will disappear, yeah, definitely. Which ones? Boring ones. That one, they are very repetitive because the end the human being become a robot, and this is not really a customer service. That one that doesn't bring any value, and that one that have a lack of human skills. There are several skills or leadership skills that we have in human beings that cannot be replaced by robots. For example, creativity, thinking out the box, in terms of communication, even that we have learning natural language processing. So we don't worry about robots. Yes, as mentioned by Susanna, they are here already, and they will come more often, but that will not replace human beings. What will replace human beings, are other human beings with better skills that are able to make the jobs. And the future, why to change? I always asking 3 questions to the companies that we are working with or we are in consultancy. I asking 3 questions related to innovation. So most of the companies say we are very innovative. This is a typical thing, we are doing many things in innovation. And I always ask to them, innovation is something innate in our human beings, We've been innovative since 50,000 years ago. And this is where we have an evolution as a human being. But are you training your employees, your staff, your collaborators to learn how to be innovative? Are you giving short training to them? Are you making them involved about, how to be more innovative? Because it's not required technology to be innovative. It's required to have a collaboration and to rethink, what we can do better. Are you empowering your staff, employees, collaborators to be innovative? So if a member of your company have an idea, and the idea is really good for the company because they can create something new, different, valuable, and that idea is positive for the organization. Are you giving time, a bit of time, to try, to discuss? And also, are you also giving knowledge? Knowledge not only internally, externally. Are you inviting other companies, okay, for conferences, okay, to be updated about what happened in terms of innovation? So I say these are three very simple questions that all of us, we have to think about. And then, okay, it will give to you what is in terms of innovation. A good example was Kodak. So you know Kodak, the filming, the camera company. It was the leader in the market. It was the company who invented the digital camera. And actually, it was a project internally in Kodak. And when this product arrived into the management team to discuss about if we are pushing or no the digital camera, the answer of the board said, no, we are not make it. No, we are not make it because we are very worried that our competitors can copy. We are very worried, okay, that we have to change our business plan. And we know that Kodak failed and others succeed in the market. So we have to be all the time thinking about innovation, what we can do. And if anyone, internally or externally, come to us to see, I have something new, let's have a discussion. Please listen. It's not just, it's about cup of coffee, few hours, and maybe that will be the next succeed on our companies. I have a little bonus track, because we talk all much about projects and companies, etc. And it's purely customer experience and a smile. So last year here in Crans-Montana, we have an event. We received many tech companies. It was our first physical event on campus, so we were very excited about that. And we do it in collaboration with Crans-Montana, with the commune, that is our partner. So on the left side video, we're having the director of academic of Les Roches Crans-Montana testing the first electric car of Citroën. That was our prototype.
No, come on, you can drive now.
That was around 7:50 in the morning.
Yeah, that beauty car.
And he ended, okay, the drive at 30 kilometers per hour with a big smile. And we realized, wow, okay, it's also about experience, okay, this customer experience. And the second one is our global program manager of Spark, Florent Baran, who's been testing virtual reality, and he was flying in New York. Actually, that technology, it was also here on campus. I was testing before. So, just to finalize, I still have 18 seconds. Customers want experience. We are obligation as an expert in hospitality to make them experience that, and at the end, the result will be that the life is more than a life. In Les Roches, we say Les Roches is not just a school, it's a way of life. In innovation, we say, okay, everything is about customer experience and the way of life. So thank you very much for your attention. And now for me is a pleasure to call to the stage Roberto Bruzzone from Silversea. He's the Senior Vice President of Marine Operation. We're supposed to receive today Mr. Martinoli, who is the President and CEO. Due to circumstances, really last minute, he has to cancel. So from here that we are live, we send you regards, and we expect to have you here on campus. But I know we are in really good hands. So Roberto, please, all yours.
Thank you, Pablo. It is a big honor for me to be here today, and it is super exciting to see so many professionals from the hospitality industry to be here. I also understand we have quite a big audience in streaming, so I can only imagine the huge potential that is focused today to understand and drive the future of this sector. So, innovation is at the base of every change, but no change is really possible without loving what we do and without the passion to believe that innovating is possible. During the presentation today, I will try to give you a brief introduction to the cruise industry to then explain who we are and why sustainability and innovation for us is so important. While cruises are only a small portion of the much bigger hospitality sector, the cruise industry has been one of the most important growth sectors for the whole tourism market. Particularly prior pandemic, the number of passengers increased day after day, years after years, with very steep and constant growth level. In 2019, still the majority of our passengers was coming from North America and Europe, which show the huge opportunity that this industry has in terms of penetration in many other areas of the world. After many years of growth in 2019, the cruise industry was at the top of this global economic impact, with about 30 million of transported passengers and 1.2 million of created jobs. We had $50 billion in wages and salary related to the cruise industry, and the overall output worldwide was more than 154 billion to the global economy. Then the pandemic hit, and as we know, it was completely unexpected. So more than 70% of cruise-related business had to implement layoff and furlough. And the pandemic really showed us what was the importance of the cruise industry to the global economy. From 2019 to 2020, the number of passenger embarkation went down by 81%. The cruise-supported job was reduced by 51%, and the total economic contribution decreased by 59%. These far-reaching effects were noted not only in the cruise community, but also to the ports, destination, service provider, travel agents, and all these thousands of small businesses that are in some way related to the cruise industry. Still, the cruise industry is quite resilient, and it proved to be over the 50 years and more of its long history. So we are now seeing a return to the operation, and this became evident with our responsible return to service that started to happen in July 2020. So now approximately 60% of cruise-related business are hiring again, and the full recovery is foreseen by the end of 2023 to then come back to the same level of growth that we're seeing pre-pandemic. In 2022, we have more than 270 vessels projected to return in operation, with an average capacity of about 2,000 passengers. But in reality, as you can see from the graph, they are covering every size of vessel, starting from the smaller one with 100 passengers to the much bigger one for the mass market that are today hosting something like 8,000 or 9,000 people. So who we are? Royal Caribbean Group is the second largest cruise operator in the world. It has been founded in 1968, and as of January 2021, it fully owns 3 brands: Royal Caribbean International, Celebrity Cruises, and Silversea Cruises. They also have a 50% stake in TUI Cruises and Hapag-Lloyd. As a group, we visit more than 1,000 destinations all around the world. We have 84,700 employees coming from more than 130 different nationalities, and we operate 63 ships, with 10 more to come in the incoming years. Silversea Cruises is the ultra-luxury brand of Royal Caribbean Group, and it is distinguished by 5 main characteristics. First, we have much smaller, intimate, and ultra-luxury vessels. Then we have a superior service with a butler for every suite and the crew-to-guest ratio of 1:1. We have gourmet excellence with a very ample dining choice on board. But more importantly, we exist to unlock deeper travel experience in the ultra-luxury. So destination for us are our key. We visit 950 destinations all around the world. I project a quick video now that will show you who Silversea is and why destinations are so important.
Let us take you to 900 special places, or maybe even more. There's nothing like them in the world, and trust us, we've seen the world. Almost every corner of it, for you. Let us take you there in style. Wherever you go, you'll find us in your home on board. We'll be there for your needs, even before they arise. A unique home, small enough to remain personal, and to get closer to the authentic beauty of the world. And we'll make you taste the excellence, the great diversity and freshness of our selections, through the savvy of our chefs. And while you explore all the privileges we have included, you'll find that the real luxury is in the moments, the places, the memories you'll keep. And that is what we're all about.
Now more than ever, you should be able to understand why our planet and our destination are so important to us, and so why sustainability is one of our priorities. But let's try to define what sustainability is. It is probably one of the most used and often misused words of our days. We hear so much about sustainability that often we give it for granted without really reflecting on its importance and real meaning. So the term sustainability derives from the Latin word sustinere, which is a composed word by the verb tenere, to hold, and sub, under. To sustain means to support, to maintain, to endure and uphold. In other words, it defines the ability to continue over a long period of time. One of our favorite definitions of sustainability is what was used by the United Nations in 1989. Sustainability means being able to meet your own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. Sustainability is considered to be based on three main pillars: the environment, the social, and the economic. But from a system viewpoint, the humanity is considered a subsystem of the much bigger one in which they live, which is the environment. For this reason, we will focus on the environment in the slides to come. So in 2009, a number of internationally renowned scientists met to define the planet boundary concept. The aim was to define the environmental limit within which humanity could safely operate. As you can see from this self-explanatory graph, out of the 9 boundaries that have been defined, more than 6 in 2022 only were already exceeded. The worst being novel entities, which is the introduction of chemical pollution in the environment, which include plastic, CO2, and all the chemicals that we are putting into that. So we fully share the quote from Robert Swan saying, "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it." So with this in mind, we focus on sustainability and on 4 main pillars that are emission reduction. We are looking at our fleet and we are trying to reduce the impact that she has on the planet. Destination stewardship. So we are very committed to our destination. We invest in the local community to foster culture and help preservation. We also sustainable source ourselves without impacting on people and on the environment. And finally, we manage our waste through very rigorous waste management process, trying again to reduce the impact on the planet. Our decarbonization strategy is based on short, medium, and long-term goals. Our ultimate goal is to become to achieve net zero emission by 2050. It is definitely a very challenging and ambitious target that can only be achieved through innovation and novel technology. But in Silversea, we also believe that people are at the center of every change. So we are trying to make sustainability a mindset, a lifestyle, and through these, drive the change with innovation. In order to achieve this target, we have to focus on two different directions. Deal with the past, so the existing fleet of 11 vessels that is already operating all around the world, and then plan for the future, so the new generations of our vessels. For what concerns the existing fleet, we are taking a number of actions, trying to use an innovative mindset. Shore power, in simple words, it is like a big plug. So when the vessel is in port, rather than relying on the combustion engine, we can plug ourselves where infrastructure is available to shoreside, using electricity and go to zero harmful emissions. We are also trying to innovate on our deployments. So we are reviewing our speed, we are reviewing our route, trying to reduce fuel consumption and therefore air emission. And then we are using a number of energy efficiency tools and advanced technology, like we have a lot of ways, different ways to clean our hulls and our propeller to reduce frictions. We are using LED lights, and we are trying to employ all the technologies that are available in order to reduce the impact of our fleet. But what we say is the best way to predict the future is to create it. And with this in mind, Silvernova came to life. This is our newest project and the next vessel that will join our fleet. It is probably the most remarkable example of the group commitment to sustainability. Silvernova drives Silversea in a completely different dimension. It is one of the most biggest vessel on our fleet. And it has a space to ratio guests of 75 GRC per passengers. She also has an exceptionally high crew to gas ratio with 1.3 crew to gas. So this vessel, besides expressing the best passenger comfort available in the industry, will also be probably the most environmental friendly cruise vessel that will enter the market in 2023. Silvernova will be the industry first multi-hybrid cruise. In other words, you can think of Silvernova as one of our hybrid cars, with the difference that the passenger vessel is probably one of the most complex and fascinating engineering exercise that can be carried out. The vessel can be seen as a small floating city with all the complexity of the networks and the systems that are on board. So differently than of a car, we have to implement a trio of novel power sources. That is a fuel cell system, battery technology, and dual fuel engine. The fuel system, again in simple words, is a system that transforms the LNG that is on board in hydrogen and burn hydrogen when in port. This will be the very first installation of this size in the cruise industry and will allow Silvernova, when in port, to stay on hydrogen only, therefore emitting zero harmful emission. This will be combined with the battery technology, that in this case instead is very similar to what we have on the car. And this battery technology will be there to help the fluctuation of the network on board, allowing the engine to always operate at the same optimal load. Finally, the engines on board, we will be able to burn not only diesel, but also LNG. And LNG is the cleanest fossil fuel that is available today. It is considered a transitional fuel, but it emits 20 to 30% less CO2 and it has big reduction in terms of NOx and SOx, therefore resulting in much, much cleaner fuel compared to the standard fuel utilized by the cruise industry today. With these innovative ideas and these novel technologies, we managed to reduce by 40% the greenhouse emission by Silvernova when compared to a similar sized vessel. We have a 25% more energy efficient design. And as I was saying before, we are able to zero emission import. Together with these three novel technologies, we also explore additional features that can make Silvernova the cleanest vessel out there in the market when she will start operation in the summer of 2023. So we are progressing carbon to neutral construction. Also, Nova will have a shore power, the big plug we were discussing before. It will be available also on Silvernova. So besides the fuel cell, they will be able to use electricity from shore side. We have a very innovative waste energy system that will recover waste from the garbage that we burn to utilize to produce chilled water and produce, therefore, AC on board. And finally, we will have a micro system that is able to burn our garbage and self-feeding itself without need of burning additional fuel. In order to explain what Silvernova really is, there is a video that shows the hotel side, shows the areas where our passengers will be able to enjoy and have amazing experience while traveling the world, at the same time respecting the ambient and being the most sustainable vessel ever seen. With this, I thank you all, and I hope with the passion that is in here today, we will really be able to innovate and make the change that our planet needs to survive. Thank you.
Roberto, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good gift for us. Thank you very much. So who is now excited to try Silversea, new cruise, enjoying luxury? You can discuss that with him, okay, of course. So it's a very nice keynote to understand, okay, how is important sustainability. This is an important part, okay. We have it also very important event here in Crans-Montana. It's part of Shifting Festival that we have in here, Jocelyn, Fab. So sustainability, innovation are really important in the hospitality industry. So we're going to make a small break of 30 minutes. At the back of your seats, okay, we're having 3 tech companies. So you can experience the robot barista, one of the 65 different drinks that is offering with a big smile. We can experiment with some holograms, as we have in the projects about NFT and holograms, and after that we will present it. And also, you can try the first biometric check-in kiosk for the hospitality industry, and the first one that is GDPR compliant. So I wish you a very nice break as we discuss, collaborate, the day files come together. We see us 11:15. Thank you. Thank you.
il y a du son. Donc c'est bon. T, non.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're coming back to the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Pascal. You're always very Swiss. We like that. Also, Frey is very Swiss.
Full name of the guy, the second guy from Ujimu, and his title.
Is there?
There you go.
Good day, everyone. Good morning. So, as an institution, Les Roches, with a core focus on building talent for future and for the jobs which do not exist yet, we believe on the core philosophy of experiential learning, or learning by doing. So what is learning by doing? Learning by doing is when we put our students directly in contact with the real-world problems. Learning by doing beats learning by listening and learning by seeing together. Research shows that adults can recall almost 7 times more information, content, just by doing. And even more when they do this in an environment where they can make mistakes. And this is because our brain needs a context. Our brain needs something to connect with. What we are learning, what we are listening, what do we connect with? And this is exactly where Spark comes in. So Spark brings us the industry directly in the classroom, which allows us to connect students to real-world problems. And this is where their learning is stimulated. On that note, it's now my pleasure to introduce you some of our partners of Spark. And to start with, I'm going to call on stage the founder and CEO of SMICE, Mr. Daniel Adamek. If you could please come on stage.
Good day, everybody. We're very happy to actually have a real-world innovative product here. I hope you tried the coffee or one of the drinks. We are SMICE, and we try to bring new technology very quickly into the hospitality market. We're not a project, as was mentioned earlier, we're commercial. We're there, we're available, we're running. Now, what are we trying to solve as an issue? When you think about building a traditional coffee shop or drink bar, well, it will cost you a few $100,000. You will need at least 3 people to run it. And you typically will have to wait for a month until the whole bar is up and running. With our product, basically, it's plug and play. Within a few days, you have it there. You don't need any personnel to run it. We oversee it centrally, globally, and you have it up and running in 2 days. And not to forget, you will save about 100,000 Swiss francs per year in operating the bar. So that is our proposition. And that's why we have built the Swiss Robo-Barista. It's actually a bit wrong to call it Robo-Barista because we're offering a whole range of drinks. Currently in the bar here, which is a very early version, we're already in a 3rd iteration here, and I think in November we'll have the new version here. There's about 60 drinks on offer. from mocktails to soft drinks to specialty coffees. Here what you see is a potential location. We're actually starting to work with Audi, the car brand, to place a robotic bar into the new charging hubs that Audi is building across Europe and globally. Now, what is our promise? Our promise is that we want to serve the right drink at the right moment, at urban hotspots during events, whenever people need a high-quality refreshment on the go, individually and eye-catching. We have engineered and built it in Switzerland, meaning that actually it uses a lot of quality components and is extremely reliable. There's a few competitors out there, but I can tell you that based on our experience, it needs quite some operating experience to make sure that the bar operates trouble-free 24/7. We try to deliver high-quality tastes. You might think that it's a cheap coffee coming out of it, but taste it. It's actually the highest quality coffee you can get. We're using an Eversys machine from Vale here. We're using B Corp certified beans. We use recipes from the former global barista champion. So we really try to deliver quality in a very efficient and entertaining way. And we have a partnership model that I'll talk about later that is a win-win for everybody. So I mentioned drinks, specialty coffees, vitamin drinks. We create our own specials and fresh sodas so that actually it replaces a traditional drink bar and not just a coffee corner. This is our new UI that's coming to the bars. Very, very easy. We call it a drink in a wink. So basically you choose your drink from different categories. Then we try to offer a lot of personalization options to the drink. As an example, you have the cappuccino, single shot, double shot, milk types, sugar yes, no, and different flavors. And then you basically click and pay digitally, globally, very quickly. Typically, a drink takes between 30 seconds and 50 seconds, depending on what's ordered. What is needed on site? Basically, just 3 connections. We need water in and water out. We need power and we need internet. And that's about it. It takes about 4 square meters. You need space a little bit around it. But basically, very, very little space requirement, very little connection requirement. I'm not going to get into a lot of technical details, but the bar can generate 120 drinks per hour. It's operational 24/7. We have a control room that actually sees all the bars live online. We know what's happening. There's a camera. We see every single order. And we can analyze all the data that we have in terms of drinks ordered, when they have been ordered, and adapt the menu. We actually change the menu seasonally on the bar remotely. It needs a little bit human support. That's what Les Roches is supporting us with here. It needs about 30 minutes cleaning and refilling every day. That's mostly related to the coffee beans, to the fresh milk, and to the cups. The rest actually lasts way longer. Now, we have worked since more than a year with Spark and Les Roches, and I would like to thank you for that collaboration. We have placed one of our early bars here and have learned a lot out of that, and I think the students enjoy ordering the drinks. We have done 2 projects with BBA 3 and BBA 7 students to improve the customer journey, to create innovative advertisement and campaigns for the brand. And probably the most interesting project that we're starting now is together with Idiap, One Visage, and Spark to actually figure out an easy way to do age verification, because we get a lot of requests to serve alcohol on the bar, which technically is easy. Actually, it's great because the alcohol cleans the pipes, so it's actually pretty good. But we obviously need to make sure that not underage people can order the alcohol. So we're going to have an approach to combine a 2D and 3D scan of the face to do a pretty accurate age estimation. Plus, at the same time, we need to verify that the person that is ordering or getting his face is also the person on the bar. So there's 2 stages that we're going to research and hopefully launch very soon, because technically it's very easy to do alcohol. We have students testing our drinks, and as I mentioned, we have a team here that's daily cleaning and refilling the bar. Now, A few insights. How does it work? Does it really work when we go to different locations? Here you see real data from different locations where we have been permanently or temporarily. And the numbers vary widely. I mean, basically, here is an exhibition hall that was actually during certain COVID restrictions, about 800 to 1,200 visitors a day. We were selling 100 drinks a day. In good times, we went up to 180 drinks. That's actually a very good number when you run the economics. We also, you can see the numbers here, but we also have experience which is way lower. This is a shopping mall. A lot of competition there. Shopping mall is a large one in Switzerland, but didn't have that much traffic at that time. There we were at an average of 30 drinks, in good times at 42 drinks. That probably wouldn't pay for itself with these numbers permanently. So we need to be somewhere in between there to make it economically viable. Actually, our partners that we work with are typically partners that have access to the right locations. Here's a quote from a Swiss gastronomy and event group. They're actually very happy because we create a way more modern image for them. It attracts people, and the collaboration is very simple, very easy. So we have a lot of happy partners here. Now, how do we commercially run this? We want to partner with our location partners. We don't want to sell the bar and then leave them with troubles running it or any other issues. That's not our model. We create a franchise model where basically the partner either pays a deposit and then we share costs and revenues of the bar, or we have a lease model where there's a constant monthly lease. But in every case, we provide support, we control the bar, we do updates, we make sure that the bar runs very smoothly. If somebody wants to buy a lot of bars, we can discuss, but we have turned down many offers to actually buy the bar because we want to be engaged in operating the bar and create a global franchise. The bar is in constant evolution, but we have to be very quick. This technology is moving very quickly. So we are actually already in version 3, where we improved many technical aspects based on our operating experience, where we're scaling, where we're improving the software. So this is happening very quickly, but I think now after 2 years, we have a version that's totally scalable and that's extremely reliable. How did we go about testing it in real life? Basically, we built the first bar. We built it in 8 months, which is quite a feat because you need to combine software, hardware, drink creation capability, find the right components and make it all work together. We tested it in Zurich. We opened our own shop that we could oversee and run, gained a lot of experience from that, and then went into different sites. Shopping malls, event locations, offices here at Les Roches. First in Switzerland, some of these sites are still running, and now we're actually in a stage of global expansion. We have our first bar in Shanghai running. We're building 12 more in China. We're going into Ireland before Christmas. We're partnering with Audi, as I mentioned, and we're discussing quite a few opportunities in the Middle East and many more. So we're now actually in the commercialization and scaling phase, but we're still looking for the right partners. As I mentioned, we have the technology under control. We need the people that have access to the right locations, and we partner to make it a success. We have, we're selling drinks. This is not a test. We've sold about 100,000 drinks so far, and have learned a lot what we need to improve and what works at different locations. Our best-selling drink is actually the iced latte and a very quite sweet, colorful purple Lamborghini that you can test on the bar there. What does it need? It actually needs a lot of capabilities to build something like that. We have a team of about 12 people here, 12 people in China for the Chinese market. We need to combine hardware capability, robotics, software, drink experience, and customer support to really make this work. So it's quite an effort, but we know it works, and now it's about expanding it. In terms of sustainability, we get a lot of questions, what do you do about this? And the key aspect here is when you look at the transportation of fluids, that's obviously the biggest CO2 producer. When you buy a PET bottle, the transport costs and the CO2 generated out of that is the biggest negative environmental impact. Because we actually produce the drinks on site, we reduce about 80% of the CO2 footprint on the drinks. And on the coffees, we really try to source high quality coffees, B Corp certified, and directly traded. We still can do some improvements on the cups. We're having trouble finding transparent cups that are not plastic. On the paper cups, we use bamboo based cups. So I think when you would make a comparison with a traditional shop that sells PET bottles, we do much better. So to summarize, we offer a huge variety of drinks. Our bar is actually relatively compact. We have a few competitors globally that built huge aromatic bars. That was not our intent. We wanted to make it compact. 4 square meters, can be transported globally at relatively low cost. And as I mentioned before, the experience in running multiple locations, improving reliability, I think we've made our experience here. So if you have any questions, I'm here. An early version of the bar is here. And please come to me if you have ideas in terms of attractive locations or partnerships. We're open. We actually deliver globally, as you've seen. And for us, it's about speed. We want to occupy that market. We want to create a brand, but at the same time offer a lot of value to the location. By the way, in terms of look and feel, last comment, we can tailor the outside of the bar. You see a pinkish version here that's being built in a shopping mall. We can tailor the colors and a little bit the shapes to fit into a certain environment quite easily, because we've learned that this is important. We cannot enforce one look and feel into very different locations. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much to Les Roches and Spark again. We're excited to continue working on many, many projects. For us, this is a platform that is stable and we will add. For example, the next version might add a coffee foam printer. People can print their selfie on their cappuccino. We're adding a stirring device. We might add ice cream capability in the future. So actually the opportunities are limitless, and we're very happy for you to have any ideas or discussions with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adamek. So a wonderful product, wonderful company. What our students do is they basically challenge. They question. And with those questioning, we bring the innovation at the heart of the class. So moving forward, now it's my pleasure to invite on stage the CEO of UNWTO, Mr. Didier Di Giorgi.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for welcoming UNWTO during this event. My name is Didier Di Giorgi, and I am the CEO of UNWTO, and this is my colleague Maurice Engler, project manager in UNWTO. Recently, we started to collaborate on a Holo NFT project with Spark. The main objective of this project is to develop a new hospitality concept to offer and commercialize NFTs using holographic devices. How to improve the customer experience. With interaction, what are the added values? What can we offer and sell to Holo NFTs, and how? This is a work in progress here in Les Roches. My colleague, Maurice Engler, now will tell you more about UNWTO, its history and product line. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. That's the first slide. So we are doing since 10 years, basically. We're using since this morning. What was interesting, obviously, I could hear also the hospitality industry is not necessarily the place personally I'm working the most. So there were a lot of inputs that I could gather, which were interesting for me. And obviously, the challenge is big here also to include the technology to be able to leverage the experience, and that's exactly what we're doing, but to have a complex technology, but with a very easy access and easy interface. And I hope you will understand what I'm trying to explain. So we're doing that since 10 years, basically, to use the technology to leverage the sales experience. And we use different type of interactivities in that. It can be audio via immersive audio, it can be visual, of course, it can be lighting, it can be olfactive with the odors, and so on. And that can be, of course, combined, or each one can be used individually, depending the way the project goes forward, or what is the necessity to it. The idea, of course, is to create an emotional experience. Increasing the emotional experience with an object or product just creates the relationship, might be in the long term, or just have the necessity, to purchase something, or to have more information about a product or an idea. So it has been installed and used in different areas, obviously retail, sales point, and so on, but also museums, events. It can be done in screens like here, projectors, but it can be also done over a mapping, for example, and this type of thing. So it can have various different sides in the way we use this type of things. What I want to specifically talk about here is a product or an idea that we conceptualized that is called AOS. And this is a little web app. So this web app, it's not an application, it's a web app in the idea that it's something that you don't need to download. It's not a waiting moment in front of something until something happens. It's actually interactive and direct. So the AOS is something where you can control and command, for example, audio. You can command NFTs, for example, or NFTs. You can command olfactive experiences and, of course, graphic experiences as well, all combined. And those graphic experiences can be in 2D, 3D, holograms, and this type of things. So the idea is that you have an interface that can be, of course, customized with different commands, with different logos if needed. But the idea is that you can command everything from your smartphone, which is, in our opinion, or it could be an iPad, of course, but in our opinion, it's really the way that everything is going to happen and the people have this in their pocket all the time. We also, just in brackets, won the best app in 2020 in Switzerland, innovative app. So with this little tool or with this little AOS, you can command everything and give your customer this new experience. So how does it work exactly? I'm trying here to explain you in a simple way the technology behind so that you can make yourself a little image about it. So the idea is that you have a screen, and then again, it could be a projector, it could be a small screen, a big screen in a furniture, or it could be a mapping on which something exists that is fixed or that moves, but where you have a QR code. And obviously the person with the smartphone reads the QR code, and that will create a unique link between your smartphone and the device, in the sense that it's a unique QR code, obviously for security reasons, that no one can interfere, but you will understand also in case you share personal data to make sure that nobody else is able to collect or to share this data. Then the two devices that should be sharing it. So you read the QR code, and this will direct you to a web page. And this web page is exactly, in this case a watch, is exactly what you see with the phone, has a few commands. And again, those commands can be customized. And suddenly you can start to move the object that you see. In this case, a watch. So it means you can turn it around if it's a 3D graphic. But it could be at the same time have some audio at the same time, or some lighting that goes on at the same time, some dims if it's a place that has no daylight, for example, which is a not natural light, and so on. So this type of thing can be completely designed and managed, but basically you have this web app, you can turn the object, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can move from one object to the other, and you can customize your object. And again, this object can be all what you can imagine. It could be a destination, it could be a room, it could be different things, or it could be an NFT. Then, as I said, you can customize it. You can really go into the different possibilities of it. You can change colors in that case. And this is then the important thing. You can go one step further, where then you can ask for more information. You can give some information because you would like to be called back or reached back out into a different way. Or you then share data, which then creates a lead, obviously, that is centralized so that you can collect and make some statistics around it if you want. You can collect just to call back, or the person can purchase the product and the idea of it. This was a watch. Obviously, it's totally scalable. You can do that with cars, you can do that in huge screens, in mapping. So it's not linked to the device, it's linked just to the smartphone and to what or to where it is screened to. So it is unrelated to basically the way it's technologically put together. There again, you can customize something completely different, in this case, color it, and you could also link different technologies with augmented reality, for example, so that you see your object that you customized and you choose in a reality that you would like to. So these are all possibilities. Every project is different. You can visualize it and so on. What is important to understand is that we are trying, or we are accompanying by every step, trying first of all to understand what you need. And if we look a little bit more realistically into the hospitality industry, we have done in the past with some proof of concepts, first of all, before making it a bit larger, because there's some analysis needed in a lobby or in a room where you want to do it. And we accompany you at each step. UDIMU is doing or can do all the 2D, 3D content, the holographic content, also the audio content, but obviously we are very aware that you have sometimes your own content that exists already in 2D or 3D, or we can adapt your 2D and 3D content. Last but not least, very important, we have outside here, perhaps some of you have seen it already. Unfortunately, we couldn't realize it here to make it available as a real-time experience, but we have the real-time experience outside there, just at the lobby, where we have two installations. We have one holographic installation that is just there to show you the holographic experience, but on the screen, on the top corner, there's a QR code. You can scan it, and you will have your experience. We will be over there with Didier in a moment. You can scan it, you will have your AOS live on your telephone, and you will be able to move the objects, go inside, open it. It's a high-quality 3D rendering, so you will see the detail of it. Brings really emotionally something. There's unfortunately no audio, no olfactive, but you can use your imagination of all what it can do with it. So that's it, and please come to our booth when you have a moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bilal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:43, so I think so that all of us, we are hungry. So we're going to go to the Root restaurant. This is the restaurant of Les Roches, just crossing the street. It's about 200 meters. We're going to have a fantastic cocktail network. Please still discussing about innovation, what we can do together. This is one of the intentions of this event. And also we're going to enjoy the beautiful wines of Record Quantum. After that, we speak about more. So we are coming back here, please, at 1:05. Thank you very much.
sure at first, but now it's clear why they are there and we are here. No need to wonder what will be. Who you see for a safe way. And take it now, I am your prayer.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the summit. I hope you have a really good experience with the wine and with the food. This is part of the hospitality industry. We continue with the second part of the Spark Innovation Sphere Summit 2022. We're having the next round of keynote speaker, ending today with a C-level roundtable of alumni association. So it's for me a pleasure and honor, because I know how much I've been traveling since this morning and how much is traveling this evening to receive to the stage to Jonathan Gómez-Punzón. He is the Director of Tourism of Malaga, and he's coming this morning from Paris, and he's leaving this afternoon to Faro. So thank you very much, Jonathan, for your effort and coming here. Please, the stage is yours. Thank you. Gracias.
Hi. Hello, hello. Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for sharing with us, all of you, the knowledge on the future of technology and innovations. Very quickly, I want to tell you basically a couple of things. I don't know if you remember this video. That's from 1993, a movie named Demolition Man. I don't know if you can put the volume up, please. She's asking him to have sex, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Great. I'll be right back.
Love boat.
Now just relax. We'll begin in a few seconds.
Begin what?
Having sex, of course.
Well, that time came. It's like 30 years ago, and now we can travel like that. And we don't want everybody to have so much fun like this, of course, not like that. But we want to build up in all the stages of travel, in all the customer journey, inspiring experiences from any parts of the world and for everyone. It's well known that the different motivations that we have in the world of travel, and after pandemic, all the travelers now changing motivations, and we have like 10 more. So it's much more difficult to fit all these motivations by a destination. In Malaga, we are make it happen, but it's a long story. It all comes from Malaga Valley. We have plus 600 companies in tech. We are considered the Silicon Valley of Europe. Now we are the headquarters of Google in Europe from January 2023. We won a competition to have the I+D European Center of Vodafone to another, against another 30 capitals, including London. Citibank IT moved from the London city to Malaga, blah, blah, blah. So what happens that we are a pilot city for a lot of projects that we really want to experience in our city. But it comes from a long time ago. 10 years ago, in our city, we considered that we could be pioneers on implementing how to tracking what's happening in the city. And we, 10 years ago, created the largest amount of sensors in a tourism destination to track the balance between locals and visitors in terms of power, in terms of water management, in terms of waste management. So we are able to track in real time any diversions and unbalanced situations due to the increase of travelers and visitors in the city that can punish down the experiences of the local people. We track absolutely everything related with those topics I told you. So that's something that came us from a long time ago, and now we want to make it happen in travel and tourism within the city. It's not easy, but we are working on that. So since we come from that situation and all these companies that are helping us to build up a very technological experience, we want to take the most of this intelligence. In the last 3 years, we have a well-renowned and well-awarded big data information system. We changed everything that most destinations can change, as you can see in there, but everything related with technology. Well, the challenge is how to match everything in a whole experience. It's the same like a hotel. I was talking with one of you before, and I was saying that, yes, a hotel has a lot of things, like rooms, meeting rooms, F&B. We have the same, restaurants and bars, museums, meeting rooms, so it could be such a kind of way. What things are we having in the city? We have plus 150 new cameras to track something which is the emotional sentiment. We can track within the city, matching the GDPR, of course, because we don't record. We just take the emotions in the face of the visitors. We can have a look, as you can see here, plus 30 emotions in real time to know how happy is the people, how angry is the people, blah, 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 blah. And that's absolutely amazing because we take as well the IP of those visitors, obviously anonymized, and we can know where the German people is happier, where are more angry. The French are having much more fun by the beach, in the museums, so it's absolutely amazing. We, another startup from Malaga, created the first haptic jacket in the world. So what we are doing is loading and uploading with Netflix and Amazon Prime. In 6 months, it will be ready. Tourism videos of Malaga with, you can buy the haptic jacket in your home, super cheap, 100 euros. And you can experience the videos of Malaga, and you can feel how the water touches you if it's raining, how a person is hugging you like in the video, how you feel the wind in your body when you are walking by the beach. We are, with Vodafone, we are the first destination in 5G since 2 years ago. And we do with zero latency, a lot of innovations as well in the city. And in augmented reality, we also have something very important. We are one of the cities with much more innovations and events along the year, and we want to show to the people that is visiting in different times of the year what's happening. Like in Easter, if you go in autumn, you can check in the same place at the same time how was the Easter experience at that concrete point of the city, or Feria, or the Festival of Cinema, or Carnival, or the World Awarded Lights in Christmas in Malaga. So what are we taking now? We go for Metaverse. We took from all this research and data collected from all these technologies I show you right now, we changed the image and the branding of the city. From these emotions, from the opinions, from the data that we are taking from the travelers, we took the top 25 emotions / words that people identify with the city of Malaga. It's in Spanish, but I think it's quite easy to understand. So through these new words, we changed the branding of the city to be much more parallel with the expectations of the travelers. And this brand is the new brand came out 1 month ago based on the data that we collect from the different experiences. But we are going to get into Web3. We build a Canva, I don't have time enough to explain the different 25 points which is within it, to build up our Web3 strategy. We have a team of 20 people dedicated to this. Everything began in May this year when we catch up the top 50 startups of Malaga to build up our metaverse and how to become it real in the digital experience. So we said, okay, we take data, we are very technological, how to have a step further on this. And one of the companies in there proposed us to create an amazing metaverse, which is the only one in Spain that allows you to be 10 people at the same time in the same experiences, enjoying the same experiences in the city. Based on that, next year, You will see here one square, very interesting square, which is the square of the Cathedral of Malaga. And next year is going to be a well-known commemoration that you will see now. And what we want to do is just to create the metaverse of the whole pedestrian area of the city of Malaga. It took us 3 months to create the architectural models of all the metaverse of the city of Malaga in the pedestrian areas, and we make it happen. Why 4? Because next year is the 50th commemoration of the death of Picasso, we are so proud to say that he's our most famous citizen. And as you know, he was born there. And all these partners are helping us to build up all these experiences around the city. As you can see, the result is absolutely amazing. That's the video, same place of the video you saw before. And we can take limits and put limits on the experience. We can spread it around depending on the places, and you can get into the buildings to see expositions of Picasso, conferences about Picasso, even draws that then through tokens and NFTs you redeem in the city later on. To make publicity of the new brand, we are on the Centraland, we are on OpenSea, creating our skins for those players and young people that they want to be part of this. And as I told you, in a lot of different kind of the buildings of the metaverse, we're going to put inside, with the collaboration of MoMA, Louvre Abu Dhabi, Centre Pompidou, and the Royal Academy of Arts of London, digital exhibitions of Picasso that never have been seen all together in the same place. And this is an opportunity for us to showcase it easily. So this is everything what's going to happen in the metaverse of Picasso from 1st of January next year, and will stay for longer. But how to make it happen, and something very quickly I want to tell you in this minute remaining. Okay, we have a metaverse, but it inspired people to come to Malaga? Probably yes, but how to give him value, something tangible? And we found the answer on the NFTs. But how we build it up? We are very concerned on cross-culture. We are very concerned on the data we took about cross-culture and the emotions. And we are using all this data to train in a very humble way, not like one colleague I was talking before, and I was very interested, on different little details of the cultures visiting the city to improve the experiences of the local people. So NFTs, we build it, time is running, 4. Sustainable resources consumption, how to handle this in the cities. Gentrification, how to handle this with NFTs. Expenses are becoming less and less and less because travelers spend less and less. How to handle this by destinations. How to engage with travelers that are intoxicated. How to preserve our heritage with the floods of visitors happening in a lot of cities. How to fight against those platforms that they want to buy online and not to buy local, but souvenirs and magnetos when you go there. How to fight against the less funding for destinations to promotion and to build new products. We build the only one solution for this, the only one first NFT management system in the world in a tourism destination. We created an application that includes the wallet, includes gamification, includes how to catch up all these NFTs from augmented reality that we place all around the city where we're interested to spread the floods of the travelers. We have a market, we have a rewards program, and we have the green coast. I'm going to go concretely to one part that is very interesting. Davis Cup is next year, the finals are in Malaga. We spread around the city different NFTs for those travelers that want to get tickets. It's an absolutely an amazing success that I want to show you now. Very quickly, the dashboard. I told you before that the expenses are becoming less in the city, but with the NFT management system, we can create collections and itineraries including local commerce and local shopping, and local artisans and local experiences, that you can go there and get the NFTs of the local experiences. So you pay for that, and then you own this local NFT. I said about not buy local. Let's see about this. Now we can welcome local artists to sell their own collections and increasing the expenses, once again, of the people in the local artists. Heritage preservation, we launched the Green Coast. through NFTs or different kind of payments, you can contribute to the restoring and the preservation of the heritage of the city through the NFT management system. Gentrification, I told you, we place NFTs around the city, and then at a concrete time of the day, and we can spread the experiences. And the most interesting thing, the destinations, we don't have funds. We get a percentage of the NFT transactions. Magic. So money comes for us now. The marketing works for us, for destinations. We get, as all of you that have cryptocurrencies, you know the gas fee, and the gas fee of the transactions of the NFTs comes to the city, which is absolutely exciting. We can use that for sustainable plans. We can use that for improving the services of the local people. At the end, the most important thing is to use a blockchain which is fully sustainable. Chia, I don't know if you are aware of that, is considered the most sustainable blockchain in the world, basically because only use 0.16% of the total Bitcoin energy, because we have to be responsible on using a blockchain to build all these experiences that is absolutely sustainable, and we don't want to spend the money on this kind of energy consumption. So basically, with these very quick ideas I want to share with you, we think we are now championing, at least in Spain, the top-tier tech through the metaverse and the NFT, and all the different things we get through the technology. More information, more travel engagement, and more satisfaction of the travelers. So finally, this is the dashboard. Very easy for anyone to manage within a destination. You can see the downloads, the cities of interest, the rewards, how many sponsors are including NFTs. You can find out the incomes you get from the NFT as well. For example, this is real from last week. For all travelers going at one concrete time of the city, we give for free the t-shirt of Malaga Football Club, no matter it's the last one in second division, okay? It's the t-shirt of Malaga Football Club. One day we'll back to Champions League, no worries. And basically, this is easy to use by anyone at a concrete tourism destination. It's so user-friendly. And here, we will have the green codes that people support more, and the money we are getting is about 5,000 euros in very little time. So basically, that's the ideas I want to share with you, how a destination is moving forward on Web3. It's very difficult for a destination because we're public institutions. We don't have the flexibility of their hotels, but I'm ready to answer any question around in the little time I will be here in Crans-Montana. Thank you very much.
Gracias, amigo. Gracias. So we move from luxury cruises doing sustainability to cities that they are digitalizing the metaverse using NFT. We can see during that summit that there is a lot of possibility to bring customer experience to the public. So our next keynote speaker is also an expert in Web3. It's a trending topic this day in the hospitality industry. We are very glad that he's here because he traveled from New York to be here in the top mountains of Crans-Montana. He is Mr. Pascal Frey. Please, I'll call you to the stage. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and here's the clicker. Perfect. I'm here today, actually, to give you hope and to tell you that the hospitality industry is one of the most innovative industries in the world. So we have heard a lot before about a lot of other industries disrupting hospitality, technology coming in. But I think there's something about us that is quite unique, and this is the connection we have to humans and experiences we create. And that's something that we can bring to other industries, and we can as well apply again in our own industry. So what are we talking about today? I'm talking about 3 steps, really, to keep it simple. It is, what is Web 3.0, what role plays hospitality in Web 3.0, and then some practical examples on how we can use Web 3.0 moving forward. Before we go into that, just maybe a few things about myself. I found myself always in the intersection between technology and culture throughout my business and private life, in a sense. I was a global nomad. I lived in many different countries. Nomadic for different companies. I worked for Starwood Hotels and Resorts when the Aloft robot came out, the Butler robot. There was quite a unique moment because we opened 2 new hotels, one in Munich, one in Stuttgart, and I was in the regional office there. And I then became head of business innovation for design hotels. So I was running first development for design hotels and then afterwards innovation hub. And I decided this summer actually to start 2 new projects. First one is Boutique Homes. It's a startup, but it tries to decentralize home ownership. And the other one is Meta Foundation. And the Meta Foundation is not from Mark Zuckerberg, so don't worry about it. Actually, the name came out before Mark came up with the idea. Is a decentralized online virtual travel experience. So creating sustainable travel in the metaverse. So let's immediately jump into it. What is Web 3.0? If we go back in time, not everyone here actually experienced it, but Web 1.0 was this beautiful place where you couldn't find anything. You went online, there was no search engine, you couldn't find it. It was quite decentralized actually, something that comes back in Web 3.0. But it was a very difficult place to navigate. In Web 2, that's where we are right now. We have all these different platforms that we can use. We have Google, we have Meta, and we have the social media channels that we can use. But the problem is security and data, and that's something that Web 3.0 is supposed to solve. If we focus, though, really on what we as the hospitality industry should be interested in is the decentralization, so collaboration in a sense, something that this morning already came up. The human-human communication, which is something that we can facilitate, and then as well retain control and ownership about data. Here are a few projects that are right now out in the metaverse. Projects that some of the big corporates have brought out. We see Citizen that opened a social space where people can meet. We see as well Marriott that created a virtual twin of their hotel lobby. And we see as well new companies emerging and trying to create golf courts, spas, and all of these kind of things in the virtual world. The question, though, we should ask ourselves is, are these things really solving Web 3.0? What we see is that most companies right now are trying to recreate reality in the virtual world instead of really using the skills of Web 3.0 to create something new. I wanted to show you a quick clip right now from a different company, from a different industry that tried to collaborate with Web 3.0 communities in a different way. So I didn't choose this clip because of the mountains, even though it fits perfectly. What I really wanted to highlight is what Adidas did here is they collaborated with Web 3.0 communities. So communities that from the ground up were built in the Web 3.0 world. And they understood that if they want to collaborate with these communities, they need to adjust and adapt their own business model and let them be part of the journey. So they created together clothing lines in the real world, as much as they created clothing lines in the virtual space. They ensured that if you buy one specific piece in the real world, you can use it as well in the virtual space. So instead of trying to do the entire innovation internally, they collaborated with partners in the Web 3.0 world and actually incorporated their identity in their brands. Another example I wanted to bring up here is we can do the same as well in the hospitality industry. A partner of mine of the Meta Foundation, her name is Krista Kim, and during the pandemic she came up with an idea, and it was called, we could use the virtual space as well to heal people. We could use the virtual space to create experiences that help people to slow down, to relax, to enjoy their lives. So she created this continuum experience, and the first project she did is the Mars House, which was an NFT. It was a real estate development project in the virtual world, and she sold it. She sold it during the pandemic for almost $500,000, but the space was used mainly to gather people from around the world, to actually create cultural interactions between people. And that's something that she wanted to promote, and with her movement, she wanted to bring into the world. She didn't stop there. This February, she brought her installation to Times Square, And every evening at 11:70, what was it, 70, whatever, 57, she had 3 minutes of pause, of slow down. So she took over all the panels and she brought her art on them so that people could actually gather, have a moment of peace, slow down and relax. Why I'm bringing these two examples is because I feel this is what we need to learn again in the hospitality space. We need to create touch points that are meaningful. We need to enter this experience world. We need to understand that our hotels are not just places to sleep. And these two places really show us that none of them have beds. None of them is really a place where you go and sleep. You actually experience life in the virtual world as much as you do in the physical world. So what role plays hospitality in Web 3.0? The hospitality industry is a people-to-people industry, so we facilitate human interaction. And if you go back in time, we see that especially during the boutique hotel movement, that's exactly what we have been doing. Studio 54, when Ian Schrager opened it first, he immediately moved into the Morgaine Hotel and created very highly designed spaces where people wanted to gather and spend time in. And it moved around the world. It went to Lambadouche, where big DJs, musicians, and artists and cultural people gathered. And it went to the Paramount Hotel, which became one of the biggest hotels in New York City, with a lot of rooms, but as well a very open space where people could gather and spend time. In 1993, Design Hotels understood there's more than 300 hotels around the world, that each of them have a very unique brand and actually create a cultural movement. And that's exactly where we're standing right now. With Valéry Guégaud, Le Pigalle in Paris, he used the communities around his hotel to incorporate that into his brand. So let that be part of his brand. And that's something that we need to do as well with all kinds of hotel experiences that we want to do moving forward. Collaboration. There's, well, two major movements right now that we should not forget. First of all, people are moving into a co-living, co-working situation. 60% of all US workforce will be remote working moving forward. And we will have a lot of global nomads that are actually not working anymore for one specific company. They will be working in this Web 3.0 world where they're simultaneously working for different companies. And they need a place to go. If we think about all of that, we should as well rethink what our KPIs really are. And unfortunately, there was a big push during the last 20 years, especially in the hotel business, to focus on RevPAR, occupancy, and ADR. But at the end of the day, what we are creating is a community. And if we're a great community, we can create new business models based on it. And we are hosting and owning the places where the people come together. This fits as well with the 5 stages of luxury. This is a study from Future Laboratory from London, where they're actually talking about what are the stages of luxury and what are people wanting moving forward. Stage 1 is acquisition of value, things that you can buy. Stage 2 is discernment of worth. Think about Hermès and the brands that limit access. Then you have the emotional experiences. These are the things that we are creating in hotels nowadays. If we look at the last 2 stages, responsible and aware and intellectual and poetic, we're actually entering the world of decentralized communities. This is an example of a hotel concept on the west coast of Mexico. It's called Musa. And it's not just a hotel, it's a place where you can live, work, where artists can gather, where you have recording studios, where everything comes together and it's as well sustainable, completely sustainable as an ecological project. Intellectual poetic. Here we are entering the phase where you go into self-development, like learning more about yourself. You're working with artists, with creatives, and trying to understand what you can do with them. This is an example of an initiative I started with Design Hotels a few years ago. It's called Further. And we brought artist residencies into hotels. This is Timber Cove on the Sonoma coast, northern of San Francisco. And here's a short clip about Jojo Abbott, a good friend of mine. So the full clip is on the Design Hotel's website if you want to see it. She as well recorded the album and it was released afterwards. So entire business model actually moved into giving people a place to create arts, to then create music. So where will the next cultural movement take place? I personally believe there's a complete shift. We have seen what happened in the 80s, we've seen what happened in the 90s right now with Web 3.0, and there's new communities emerging. These communities, they're self-governed, they have their own rules, they have their self-identities, they have their own goals. And the only way that you can really enter Web 3.0 is by finding ways to align your brand with their brand, and to understand that they are co-creating your brand and you need to allow them as well to do so. This is World of Women, the thriving community celebrating representation and inclusivity and equal opportunities for all. They launched their own tokens, they have their own NFTs. We have entrepreneurs, artists, cultural people, all from all kinds of industries coming together, working towards the same goal. I think a culture shift in the way we think about our industry. Right now, we're still in a world, in hospitality, we are very much centralized. The big companies are kind of top-down. If we move into a decentralized world, we need to rethink our business models, and we need to put community first and think about what is our community, and then as well adjust our leadership style. If we do so, we will be able to then actually change our business model and allow decentralized ownership. So let people be part of the journey, and that will bring growth to everyone. This is a study from David Logan, the tribal leadership, and it showcases that most of the companies right now are still standing with their employees at stage 3, lonely warriors. I'm a part of a team if it's to my own benefit. If you look at the Web 3.0 communities, they're actually moving beyond that. They're already driven by something different. We are strong as a team, in essence, because they create something together. Or it goes even a step further where they say, influential collaborators, we are going to make history, and that's it. So this is kind of what we need to create, this feeling, this philosophy, where we are not competing within teams, we are actually collaborating. Here's an example of Friends with Benefits. Friends with Benefits is one decentralized autonomous organization right now that is disrupting hospitality. So they created essentially a Soho house that has no space. But they have a great community, everybody's co-owner of that community, and they're right now starting to entering as well hotels, experiences around the world, and working with those locations. We have the opportunity to actually collaborate with them if we align with the values of these communities. So to conclude this, I wanted to show you as well a practical example, something that I've been innovating on. It's not completely finished yet, it's a journey. And it's an example of a project where we can bring hospitality into the Web 3.0 world. And there's a big problem right now, and this is over-tourism, right? I mean, there's too much traveling going on, and it disrupts each of the locations around the world. And we try to create like a virtual portal for travel. For that, we took one country, the country of Bhutan, which is a small landlocked country between India and China, that is very forward-thinking in the way they approach travel. First of all, it's limited. It's very costly to go there. Secondly, they're actually a carbon-negative country. And thirdly, they're actually not measuring GDP, but the happiness index. So they have a different approach on how they measure their KPIs and their success. We collaborated with them because we wanted, during the pandemic, to bring Bhutan on the world stage. So we partnered with Ashokama, which is the founder of the Vast Bhutan, which is an art collective. And we helped them to create an art piece out of the prayer flags that are in the mountains. They're all made out of plastic. So his collective every month goes up there and takes the flags down to like entangle the trees, which is not biodegradable. And we created this piece of art as we were thinking about for 20 years, this wind horse, and we virtualized it and exhibited it around the world. So we brought it to Neue House in New York, a co-working space. We had a conversation with the community, and as well as them interact with the community there. So in essence, creating a virtual travel experience where you learn, it's a learning experience about the community. That wasn't enough, so we launched as well 1,080 NFT flags, and to allow anybody in the world to participate and support this project. So whoever joins and has one of these flags can spread the prayers, can gift it to other people, can support Vast Bhutan, can clean up the mountains, and join the community for future projects. Right now, the Frey flags are live, and they are on the polygon, so it's sustainable, it's a sort of state concept, it's not using a lot of energy. And we as well have some of them out today, of course, for you guys, for the first five, just take a QR in the community, and pleasure to have you guys there, and let's work with you guys for Europe, for transforming the foundation in the future. Thank you so much, thank you so much.
Pascal. Second presentation about Web3 and metaverse. Any questions about the metaverse, the Web3, Web2, Web1? Anyone have a question to ask? Just to convince about that. So Pascal, really thank you for coming. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pascal Frey. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving from newsline to coffee barista to a city that is producing metaverse and NFTs. We're going back again to physical today because we have a really important person in Crans-Montana. But today I discovered the connection with Les Roches. So I'm feeling super proud, that to introduce our next keynote. He's Jean-Daniel Clivaz, he's the president of Crans-Montana Tourism and Congress. Please, welcome. Welcome back to your home. Thank you very much. Please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello. Not home, but kind of home because it's part of our family story, but I can explain that after at coffee time. Anyway, first of all, I want to welcome everyone here in Crans-Montana because I'm going to be actually not only the keynote speaker, because all you've seen before is much more technological than what I will present, but I want to welcome everyone in Crans-Montana. I hope you're having a very good time here with us. And I'll just go a bit around the little story of our tourism office without any technologic consideration. I hope you will learn two things from my presentation. First, you will learn that, I think you will understand two things. First, that English is not my mother tongue. And the second is probably that from what Carlos spoke before, I'm not the inventor of PowerPoint, and I'm a very bad user of PowerPoint. And the only thing I found out to do this was PowerPoint. Crans-Montana Tourism. It's our organization which is in charge of different main, different roles, but the new role of a tourism office in a new connected world is something we're trying to understand right now. And a few minutes ago, I have to tell you, I didn't understand everything, but I hope we will improve the next years. For the moment, our mission, according to the law, is very simple. It's welcome and information, activities and events, touristic offers like trails or any infrastructures, marketing, destination positioning, communication, sales and markets, and congress management. But with the world changing, some mission will probably change. This is part of the reality we live today. You all know it. But most of the tourism offices are still trying to win against a certain reality. Today, what do you want to know better than what Google or any other one knows if you talk about just general information? What could you offer better to book than a system like Airbnb or Booking? Of course, they will exist better, but for the moment, this is our reality. And what better to share than the different Facebook, Instagrams, and others that you can see on this. So fighting to be better than that is just not possible for us. And I think we have to think a little bit our offer and our customers' relation differently. We must change some plans, clearly. Maybe just very simply, as you said, we're going back on Earth, just getting from information to inspiration, maybe coming out of only communication to better knowledge, and we have had a very good experience with Malaga a few minutes ago. Or I invented a word, but you don't need to remind it later on. But from quality to clarity, like changing a bit the way we go with customers. So the 3 points. Information gives place to inspiration. We have changed our plans 5 years ago. We're starting really strongly now with the question of inspiration, because somehow we're all unique as person, but we're also unique places. The only point is, how can we show the uniqueness of our place by inspiration? If someone wants to know where the next restaurant is, he will go on Google. But if he wants to know how to find out the best places, maybe with very typical, unique propositions, then the tourism office will probably have something to show or to inspire. Sorry. Our offices have totally changed for the last 5 years. It's now, 2017. So we put together tourism office, ski school, mountain cable car company, to biggest places, really trying to be very inspirational. We had to change, clearly, also days openings. You have to know we're not in a big city, we're a very small place, but this was a very important change for all our staff also, being open every day and being there all day long, 7 days a week. Why inspire? Because that's the only way to show that we're just all very unique. Our work is changing in terms also of creation, because we have to do much more content that we used to do. A simple picture is not enough, and we really work on the new style of making content and bringing new ideas to the public, so they really enjoy the idea of coming back again. Communication to knowledge. Of course, we have to communicate. We have big events. We have seasonal ski season. We have bike and golf season. So this is things we can communicate. But the big problem, let's say the big problem we'll face is to be better is really the knowledge. I think I don't have to redo the presentation of Malaga, but this is clearly the direction we want to take, with very smaller budgets, but clearly this is one of the points. And the various customers is today much clearer to us than it used to be a few years ago. We always thought people will come for skiing or will come for golfing in Crans-Montana, and that was our claim, actually, Crans-Montana ski and golf. But how do you want to work with that if you know that seasons will change, the climate will change, and maybe snow will be less or shorter time? So you have to change a bit your mindset. So finding out various customers, and of course, and this is one of our works today, is to understand who's coming, how often. And we have, this is one of the example. We have many others, but just one that we just brought out 2 years ago, which is the Mobility Insight from Swisscom, which gives us all the information. Of course, the data we have is knowing from where the people come or where their phone comes, actually. And we can work on new style of a strategy for the future. Quality becomes clarity. Why? Because we have today to change also one thing. People are used to quality. This is probably something you will find anywhere you go. Now the question is, what kind of quality and what can we offer in Crans-Montana, for example? We have had, for the last 5 years, the Absolutely strategy. Absolutely is our slogan. Some people understand and some not. But this was clearly a strategy for us to change not only our positioning, because we knew we had a very big offer in Crans-Montana with the Four Seasons and the question of the mountains. We can offer a lot of things, but we had to change the mindset of all our partners. And the Absolutely strategy was very simple. We said, okay, if we say Crans-Montana absolutely, and if you work in hospitality, you know what absolutely means. It gives no other alternative to say it's stronger than a yes. And somehow we wanted to put that as a slogan because we really needed to have a change mindset of our partners firstly, and to make a good promise to the customer. So that promise to the customer gives a pressure on the partner, because somehow there must be a commitment of our partner to be absolutely. And we have seen a very big change with that strategy, because very, very quickly our usual customers understood what we meant with that absolutely, and they could say this partner is absolutely and this one is not absolutely. And it brought somehow a certain competition in all the place in Crans-Montana, and it brought us a certain better quality and a clarity. Why? Because people would really have a very better contact with the customers. Of course, it's very basic, but the objective is to put the customer in the center and get the commitment of our partners for the absolute experience. The absolute experience for us is to try to bring all the four mainstreams we have for Crans-Montana, which is nature, carpe diem, sport, and culture together. And if in any kind of our future development we can bring the four things together, then we probably can offer that absolute experience. One of our main points also, and when I was talking about clarity, is to understand that the product development in hospitality, but of course in tourism, is to not forget that any point of your bike strategy has to be put the right way, which means not only trails, but the hotels, of course, the restaurants, and of course the cleaning of the bikes, and so on. So this is one of the points which seems very simple when you hear it like that, but as a tourism office, you do not have control of all your product. Your product is made by different partners, and you have to really put them together and try to reinvent a bit the product with them so they can bring something better. The next step is probably going to be for us, and after COVID, one of the main points is the staff, how to get the staff, how to get the good staff, and how to keep the good staff. So our next step will be very simply we call it, for the moment, Absolutely University, which is, of course, having a platform. We have it already, which is called Unity, for our partners platform, where they can put their products, but they can also share the different information they want to share about staff or about products. But of course, and this is at the moment not the case, but our project is really to develop the idea of a real general staff training, staff motivation, and staff loyalty for the whole resort. For the moment, we have, as I said, partners that have their own staff, but somehow there's no relation between the different places. And most of the time, where we lose a lot of customers and where the clarity is not very good is when your staff doesn't know the place as good as they should. And this is really one of our next step for the development of this charity. Voila, that was it for me. I hope you understood my English, and I'm at your disposal if you have any question.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci
Thank you.
beaucoup. Thank you.
Ça, hop. Je prends mon verre.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so we can travel now to Malaga. We can stay here in winter time, in summertime also for the bike. So we are moving forward for one very important keynote speaker today. He's coming from Paris. He told me yesterday during the pre-event dinner that the first time I discovered Crans-Montana was 48 years ago. So we came here for having the best pie in the planet. So please, a big applause to Sylvain Morgaine, who is the VP Innovation of ACCOR Group. Thank you very much. We can promise good food, but not the pie. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first, thank you to Pablo, Spark, and Les Roches for welcoming ACCOR to this event. Let me backtrack for a second. I've actually been working in hospitality for just a very short time. I started in 1979 as a bellboy at the Lopez Hotel in Monte Carlo. And since then, I've been studying and working in media, marketing, and technology innovation till I joined ACCOR at the Innovation Lab very recently. And it so happens, to close the circle, that the Lopez Hotel is now a Fairmont Hotel in Monte Carlo, which is part of the ACCOR group. Let me first go through definitions. Traditional hospitality, well, just to simply put it, is basically making the guest happy in a very classical setting. Whereas in augmented hospitality, at least as far as ACCOR defines it, the focus is more on three types of experiences: living, working, and playing, where we actually give a more deeper understanding and anticipating of all of the guests' desire and needs. So how can we compare, I guess, the traditional hospitality setting with augmented hospitality setting? Well, in the case of traditional hospitality, we try to improve all of the guest touch points one by one. And I'll get back to it in a second. And that basically will ultimately bring loyalty back in the action game. Whereas in the augmented hospitality, it's more about personalizing the guest experience, both in terms of client centricity and also in terms of market driven. And we'll get back to that in a second. So ultimately, this will drive the brand preference. And these two types of hotel settings basically give rise to three very different hospitality innovation models. The first model, we will call it incremental guest journey improvement. What we mean by that is that if we take the first step in the guest touch points, let's say check-in, we iterate on that for some time, and then we'll say, okay, let's build an app. Okay, and the first thing the app's got to do is to allow the guests to discover, like, the local events, what the hotel is all about as they enter the premise. That's very important. And that's the first thing you do, and you just want to stop there. Second step, you might introduce in the same app a digital key, so that as the guests are loyal, they will come back maybe a year later, and they'll be able to open the room through a digital key. So things are seamless, one step at a time, no disruption in the guest experience. A little later on, they might actually discover that their rooms are getting smarter. So IoT is coming into the room, and they'll start controlling it. But again, it's very incremental. Things happen, one step at a time. and so on and so forth. Get the idea. Now, what's interesting is that what we've been doing here for check-in, maybe a year later, you'll start in parallel doing it for the stay, for the room service, and so on and so forth. So you have a clear strategy because you've got all of your guest touchpoints from booking to checkout that you deal with. Now, in terms of augmented hospitality, we have a more market-driven innovation. Meaning that, for instance, at Marriott, during COVID, a lot of people have experienced doing their gym at home. So they have this virtual coach, they have their big TV, and they actually experience all of their fitness at home. So what Marriott did is saying, well, if people are doing it at home, which is what Susanna was saying this morning, maybe it's time to actually do it in a hotel. So you can actually book privately that room, and maybe a mother will come with her 2 daughters, book that room and do her private gym fitness session, privately without sharing it with the other guests. So that's one kind of market-driven because it's things that are actually happening outside the hotel as a market trend. Second, from Citizen M, they themselves, as Pascal was saying earlier, they started their own hotel and they built it in the metaverse. Now, the interesting thing about Citizen M is that they financed the metaverse technical development by selling NFTs to the guest. So 2,000 NFTs have actually been sold. With the money, they did the technical development, and then those 2,000 NFTs can give you, privileges inside the hotel, like maybe a discount in the room or F&B or whatever. So it's a very interesting model. I mean, all these new technologies are very much disrupting the way we see hospitality right now. Hilton, as some of you know, also is looking in the tech space because they've been developing a partnership with this company called Nira, and they do NFT also. So it's digital representations and motion artwork, and you can actually buy them. It's in the room and also in the regular premises. And this is an unclosed project that is going on in China, where they're taking some of the rooms and refurbishing with an entire gaming environment. So here you see the bunk beds. So if you have some friends, they can rent the room, they can stay there for 2 or 3 days, and they can play as they've been doing it at home. So all of these are very market trendy, okay? Any questions so far? Is it clear? So good? Okay. So now, I've been telling you about what the others have been doing. Let me tell you a little bit about what we've been doing at the Innovation Lab at ACCOR. So, we introduced, or at least I introduced, I'm trying to make it move forward, the notion of this third model called incremental disruption. Now, this slide may look very enigmatic to you, but it's the most important slide of the presentation. Right now, usually when you do innovation in hospitality, you tend to get projects that are coming from the hubs, that are coming from external actors, stakeholders, etc. And you're trying to move the hospitality innovation to the next level. But we think that we need to do this incrementally. Incrementally, saying that if each project is a gear in motion, we do it, but we do it with the goal of actually connecting all these gears together. So we do it in very small steps. So we take one innovation, and I'll show you examples a little later on in the presentation, and we make this kind of gear turn by itself. So it generates motion, so it's a good innovation in and out of itself, but it doesn't make sense as a whole for hospitality until it will cross with the second gear, then maybe with the third gear, and so on and so forth, until you have a full working mechanism, like a watch. We're in Switzerland, so it's an appropriate metaphor. So if we look at hospitality expertise, it sits at the intersection of design and technology, obviously there's human expertise in there, and processes, and business models. If you're familiar with design thinking, well, it so happens that you can just replace these three circles with the famous desirability, feasibility, and viability, so that hospitality innovation brings all of this world together. We find that, as I said before with these gears, that hospitality innovation needs to happen in very small incremental steps. Why? Because hoteliers in general are very, very careful to what they do in terms of disruptive innovation. They want to move things progressively. Okay? So the staff needs to approve. It needs to be profitable before they make a decision, so it takes a little while to get things going. Guests, on the other hand, are also very shy of going into a hotel where they don't know the technology that's being used. Okay, they can unlock the door using a digital key, but that's to the extent that they're willing to do. They don't want things to be overly complicated, so they need to be familiar with the technology even before they reach the hotel. And also, technology should be seamless. So even if you've simplified the room, you don't want to complexify it in the hotel premises, or you don't want to have a discrepancy between technology that works very easily for the room, but the check-in is very complicated, or the booking is very complicated. So everything should be seamless. So to illustrate what I've been saying about these gears, let me talk about a little use case we've done recently at ACCOR that deals with projecting an in-hotel retail innovation. So there was an event at Vogue in Paris 2 weeks ago. And in this event, the idea was that we had this mirror, which you see on the third image, and people could walk out to this mirror and they could shake their heads this way or that way to make all the tints of the lipstick move right to left. And then when you select the right lipstick color, you bring your hands to your lips, and it would take a picture, and it would send it back to you. Now, this was not really the innovation. This was just to give you a little context. So prior to making this event happen, we built a partnership with Cisco, and to try to find out a way to connect the people who were around that magic mirror without having them to connect to the internet in a very, complex way. So the way we did that was that we created a Wi-Fi access point called Les Roches Crans-Montana, which is actually the brand of the makeup company. And if you just connect to the Roches Crans-Montana without doing anything else, it would automatically bring you the app. Okay? No portals, no name, no mobile, nothing, no emails, nothing. Okay? You'd get the app, you could book the slot for getting your makeup or for getting your manicure, and that's it. And we used this because we thought that people, especially women, wanted to book a slot very rapidly. We thought that this would be a very easy way to onboard the different system. And the KPIs were actually very surprising to us. We got 64 bookings in less than 1 hour. We never gave any instructions to the woman approaching the mirror. They just connected the Wi-Fi and went through the whole process. And it worked. It worked for 72 hours, no bugs. So it was a positive return on experience, and we were ready to do the new iteration. So again, a very, very, very small innovation, very fast, that delivered KPIs so that we can move on that for in-hotel retail to try to bring more contextual information as you enter the premise. We have other things that this has actually been done by the design. The Innovation Lab is part of the Design and Innovation Department. So this was done by the design team. It's a smart room because it's designed for people with disabled abilities, so people on wheelchair, etc. And we, at the ACCOR design department, built all of these black support so that people could go into the room and connect to, and be able to hold on so that they can actually move the room very easily. And because it's part of the design, you don't look at this room as being a hospital room. We want it to be a regular room for guests. So the whole design objective is how do you design a room for the disabled people by making it so that people don't actually feel like they are in a hospitalized or in a medical setting. My job now at the Innovation Lab is to build on that design setting and work on some electronics to make the room even smarter. Now, a lot of the stuff is a little confidential, but if I come back maybe next year, or if you send me your email, as soon as it's publicly disclosable, I'll be telling you what we're doing. But we're trying to bring ultimate preference and personalization to the guest through electronics inside the room. Other things that we're doing at the Innovation Lab is we are accompanying some startups. This is a startup in the food waste management domain. What they do is that they wrote a predictable algorithm that basically can tell you how much food you need for the next day or that week, and it's actually saving costs for F&B in our hotels potentially, and it's also very carbon footprint essential. Other example is another machine. This is a hardware that also sits in the kitchen and that monitors the food waste and can tell you how to optimize your ingredients. Another innovation that we're helping is called Au Sol. It's a company that builds Tesla batteries, very smart Tesla batteries, so that you basically can connect your computer, that you can actually have a regular plug, and you bring that in places where in hotels you don't have electricity. So it could be by the pool, it could be at the beach, anywhere where it's very hard to pull wires. You have this kind of like self-contained battery, which you see on the right, where you can actually plug electricity at any time. And then we've talked about robots. Well, here's an actual robot. We are talking with this German company called Robotize, and we actually have this robot working in our headquarters at ACCOR. You can see the map on the very right-hand side. It's sitting right now waiting for orders, and we had to map the entire headquarters. This is the headquarters of ACCOR on the right, and people in the meeting rooms at ACCOR can order candies and drinks, and the robot actually brings it to them. So we're emulating a hotel setting on just one floor of our headquarters. This is another incremental disruption, is trying to bring hospitality where people are. So we're in Crans-Montana. This is a very mountain-like settings. So this project called Flying Nest, it's still on hold right now, but the purpose was to actually bring for when you're in surcapacity of hotel rooms, you can bring these, very self-contained hotel rooms in and out of a place very rapidly. And I know Pablo was showing the Citroën example, where we have a new version of some Blue Sky project that stayed at the Blue Sky project, but I thought it would be interesting to see what we're doing in terms of what we have been doing in terms of mobility.
Today we're here at the Urban Collective, which is an incredible, innovative partnership between three significant global French organizations, JCDecaux, Citroën, and of course, ACCOR.
this project, we want to participate in changing the world. It seems a bit ambitious, but I think we can, and we have the size with ACCOR as an actor, the size to showcase that we can do things differently.
Okay, so we've shown a lot of technology, but what we have to remember is that humans need technology, but technology needs humans. And that 67% of guests, they still prefer to talk to someone. So what are the takeaways before I conclude my talk? Is that I showed you 3 models of hospitality innovation: incremental improvement, market-driven innovation, and incremental disruption. I think that these are some notion that we're trying to put forward as to how we approach innovation at ACCOR. And again, just taking small steps to make things a reality. And then we know that in hospitality innovation, whether it's traditional or augmented, it needs to really happen in very small incremental steps. Thank you very much. For those of you who want to send me emails, if you have questions, you can just scan this barcode. It automatically sends me an email. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, so 2:30, who would like to have a drink? So here on the right side, on my right side, your left side of the event, we have one of the best companies producing gin, and it's coming from Croatia. So we're having a break of 30 minutes. We're coming back at 3 o'clock. We discuss about all the innovation that we heard also from ACCOR. So I wish you a very nice discussion, and santé, I will say here in France. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are coming back to the stage to finalize the last slot of this Spark Summit. I know that very nice to have gin tonics. I can see people with glasses so far. So please just come here, have a seat. Next keynote speaker is really, really interesting what he's about to tell. Thank you, Pascal. Thank you very much. So, please, I hope you have a good gin tonic. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for coming to school. Thank you for coming to the Alps. Okay, we are making it. So our next keynote speaker is speaking for a topic that we've been discussing here at Spark and Les Roches for a few months. It's about health, something that we care more than ever since the COVID-19 situation. So coming from Lausanne, but from France, Fabien Lopez, who is the Director of Innovation at Deloitte, Switzerland. Thank you very much, Fabien. I'll let you choose.
No, that's all right. All right. So hi, everyone. Happy to be here and to share a bit of vision of what we call the future of health and to connect the dots between what the hospitality is doing and how you can foresee what is the opportunity for you to deliver new services and new products to your customer in the experience they are living and how you there is a high demand for this. Let me just step back first and break down what is the future of health. There are three key components. Well-being first, which is about the wellness, the quality of life. That hospitality has well embarked in their value proposition at the moment, and this is growing. Started with a spa, but more holistic wellness and well-being is being introduced, and there is a lot of tourism introducing it. What we will focus today might be preventive health, which is helping customers that are not patients, so healthy people that want to age better, that want to have a better life, longer life in a better health, and that want to know what are the risks related to the key disease that they are facing during their lifetime and the population categories they are. And the last part is about the pure health, which is a state of recovering, being free of injuries, of illness, physically, mentally, but we are also thinking about more broadly about being financially, socially well in our lives. So let's start with well-being. Well-being, it's, as you know, and as we see in hospitality, is about aging better, being performant. It can be sport, it can be professional, but this is increasingly being important for people to be in good shape for succeeding in their life. There is nutrition, appearance, aesthetics, sleeping better, which is becoming more and more important, and also mindfulness. These are the key pillars that hospitality is now addressing and delivering service towards. The market is huge, 1.5 trillion, growing at 5 to 10% per year. So definitely something that hospitality, this is all the moment and experience that can capture those approach, and this is already incoming. So we see that there are devices, and this is a need for enabling the data to be flowing toward the journey of the user and the customer. So from device, there are moment and diagnostics that can be plugged in, okay? Those moment and diagnostic can be imagined to take place during the hospitality moments. There is nothing more refraining people to go to an hospital to take a diagnostic. Why not taking it into a nice moment? Why not taking it during an event? Why not taking a diagnostic before taking a marathon in Lausanne or elsewhere? Okay, there were some incidents with trading people recently in Valais. Why don't you take those diagnostics in different moments than in the hospitality, more clinical care perspective? And from this, there are outcomes of the diagnostic that we can relay back to the coaching, and coaching that can take place within an hotel, a luxury hotel, for coaching live, coaching physical activities. We can think about getting the insight back to the people that are going to help you to have a better life, to have a better, healthy life. And at the back of it, there is the monitoring to ensure that you are making good progress and keeping the motivation. And the motivation can be during the normal access to fitness centers. It can be when you go for 1 week holidays into a luxury hotel where you are going to go for active holidays, trying several sports, trying to have a better quality of life, going for detox, etc. Okay? Let's talk about the future of health. That was wellness, already part of your industry. You are addressing it well, and you know that there is a potential, it's growing, and the demand is there. So the health, as we define, is something more holistic around physical, mental, emotional, social, environmental, and spiritual, okay, which is deeper, that is addressed for the moment more into a clinical environment, into an hospital, or into specific practice. But we can look at if there is the opportunity for hospitality to position new type of services with this angle and with this perspective, because if I was making asking you if you would be interested to know how you could live better, I think that most of you will say yes. Okay, and are you willing to allocate a bit of your budget to do that? I think the solution could be yes. And this is what the future trends and data that we are gathering, that we are moving from, on the left bottom part, treating sickness, which is a core in the US of the budget allocated to treat sickness, toward the future of health that we are anticipating toward 2040, which is moving toward promoting health. So there is a shift of the allocation of budget. There are also good reasons for that, is that the early you cure or you identify a disease, the cheaper it becomes for you, for the society, for your business activity, and for all the impact toward your life. So this figure, this is what is anticipated. And this is where, for hospitality, this is a budget, a business opportunity that is possible to capture, because customers are asking for being handled for this health promotion, prevention, in a different way, in a luxurious way, in a pleasant way, and not being in a medical center for their limited 1 week holidays for the US, by example. And what we are also observing is that there is a shift of the delivery health places that is moving from the current system toward new type of delivery center. We are talking about new health hub. A health hub can be reimagined. There are the future type of hospital that is popping up in Asia. It can be new environment into the city center. It can be new places into an hotel, some other places. But there is definitely a redistribution of how the care, the health is going to be provided towards different players. And this is why we are talking that this is interesting for hospitality. It means that hospitality can be capturing this market. So let's go into preventive health. Preventive health, it's about diagnostics that are going to identify the risk, maybe scoring you about some disease, that are going to give some recommendation, remediation, mitigation, that are going maybe to unlock that there is a severe disease that is already starting and orientating you towards clinics. It's something that is becoming cheaper and cheaper, that is being addressed via blood samples, with digital medtech, with also blood sample, etc., that are making it more and more easier to take and safer for you. It's also because of this easiness of taking the test that we can imagine that those tests can be taken into different environments than the clinics. And this is where we can imagine that hospitality could define, design new experiences for their customer to address this need. Big business, okay, so billions. 70% of the gain will be optimized because the more you are into prevention, the better it will be for your life, for the cost on your life when there are diseases happening, and also better to anticipate. So the opportunity for hospitality and what we see in Switzerland, and we can extrapolate it for the world, but there is consumer health technology adoption that has been accelerated by COVID. There is individual urgency and shift toward prevention. Definitely people are anticipating their health rather than just stating, I have symptoms, I'm going to take care of it. I'm willing to take action to prevent this and to age better. The data are becoming more and more important and are navigating from one provider to another. So this is very important that if you are enabling the data about the health that you are collecting from one place to be reused by some of the service that you are adding on top of the experience of the client. This is where it's going to be very important to have those data flowing, and the devices are very important to integrate. And then there is this innovation culture and prevalence of non-traditional entrants. Non-traditional entrants means for you, for hospitality, that the consumers are open to take their health into different moments, into different places. And you are delivering moments and places, and this is why we understood it was good to share with you this today. There is a shift of mindset. So the customer are having new perception of health delivery. Against COVID has been unlocking the telehealth. Before COVID, maybe the percentage of adoption was super low. Fine. Now, if we are asking, is it good to take an early telehealth consultation for safety, people are more likely to take it. And there is also a shift of mindset around the provider that see that prevention is better than curation. Curation might be too late. And also, this is a new way of approaching medicine and caring for people. We know that the people that are curating disease might not be the right people doing the prevention because it's a different approach for those physicians. But this is also where the market is going, and where there will be more centers where people will help you to understand how you can care better, age better, get in better health, be more performing, get ready for ascending Kilimanjaro or doing your first marathon. And this is what people are asking for, experiences more and more across the globe. Okay, so change of mindset, this is very important. The market gets ready to face medical or prevention services in a different journey, in a different moment, in a different places. So what is important is that the creation of those health hubs. There is a disruption for the health provider. The consumer are taking a new approach into their life and are willing to put more budget into the prevention. Before they were looking for being better reimbursed, but you are reimbursed when you are sick. Here we are looking at investing in your health ahead and using a different approach of medicine, which is more preventive. And life science is now delivering a new type of prevention, new type of diagnostic to enable this change. And this is those health hubs, which we are not qualifying about being an hospital, about being a clinic. But those health hubs, it's something that can be into an hotel. You have a spa, you have a wellness center. Why don't you have a prevention care institute that is enabling you to bring your client to go for a better experience for sports during their stay, for better nutrition, for caring in a different way, or to simply detox digitally or addressing their detox from work. So this is those health hubs that we are considering as an opportunity for hospitality to rethink if they can deliver such experience to their consumers, and that there is a good momentum and market demand for that. So the future of the healthcare system is composed of different components with the approach of different places, with different device, prescription, reimbursement scheme, a lot of players. But definitely there is, in between those normal home care, workplaces, hospitality, clinics and hospital, there is definitely the need for being treated in a new way in different moment and place. So when we look at the spectrum of those components, well-being, prevention, and health, if we take that hospitality is more and well addressing the spa, that well-being is well addressed and start to be well addressed with hospitality, we see that sport has been more and more put in place by luxury to address new active client into their area, to provide new service and to have a different type of holidays. The clinics are addressing very well the medical curation. They are doing the aesthetic medicine and also addressing the light medical therapies. But what about preventive health? It's in between the hospitality and the clinics, and both have the opportunity to capture this market and to move into such new offering and new delivering of value towards their not patient, but customer as introduced. Okay? So if you have any question, I'm happy to address it. I hope that you see that there is a good opportunity for hospitality to jump into this health. And definitely that for all of us, there is a demand. So if you ask yourself, will I consume those services and products? The chances are relatively high that you will do. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, health is important for everyone. I will introduce right now, okay, our program manager of Spark, who is Florent Baran, person who's been with Spark since the beginning in 2019. And he will be presenting our next keynote speaker that, well, I'll let Florent, okay, to introduce.
1, 2.
Yes, please.
Hello, Pablo. Thank you very much. Really pleased to see you all working together for 3 years now. Yeah, we were pleased to welcome Natalia, Director of Innovation, Education and Investment Department at the United Nations World Tourism Organization. We're working with them for now 2 years with different collaboration, challenge in particular, and we are hosting the winner here in Crans-Montana. But unfortunately, she can't make it for a last-minute personal issue. So we'll share today a video presenting the activities of the UNWTO today. So please excuse her. Our thought to her, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today with all of you. First of all, remember that 4 years ago, when our Secretary General, Surab Pololikashvili, came to the UNWTO, he decided to include innovation, technology, as part of one of his strongest pillars. Of course, today, the UNWTO has at least 5 priorities inside this house: innovation and digital transformation, education, investments, sustainability, and of course, added value jobs. Today, we would like to start this amazing conference with how these pillars can help us to create a better society, how these pillars can help us to create a better tourism sector. Why innovation is crucial? Innovation is crucial because it's the power of youth. Thanks to innovation, we have the power to give the voice to the most youngest generations that it has. Different solutions when technology is part of the new ventures. When we talk about technology, remember that the startup ecosystem is key in order to talk about a sustainable innovation. When I talk about the innovation ecosystem, I'm talking about adding value to the 6 actors of the ecosystem that are, as you know, innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, governments, institutions or accelerators, innovation labs, corporates, investors, and the academia. Without those 6 working together, it's impossible to talk about a sustainable innovation. What are we doing inside the UNWTO? As you know, we have 4 programs that we're running today: the startup competitions, the innovation challenges, the tourism tech adventures are our key innovation forums, and of course, our innovation network. Thanks to those 4 programs, we have more than 10,000 startups that have applied to our competitions from more than 150 countries. The more used technologies are based on artificial intelligence, big data analytics, digital marketing, where augmented reality, virtual reality, and Internet of Things are crucial. These technologies has been really mature. Nonetheless, we have a lot to do. From the 100 subsectors of the tourism sector, only the innovation is going to 3 subsectors that are mobility and transport, e-commerce, and of course, hospitality. But the question is, where are the innovators in gastronomy? Where are the innovators in health? Where are the innovators in manufacturing? Remember that when you build a hotel, where you build an amusement park that is part of the touristic chain, you need manufacturing goods, you need towels, you need fruits, you need a lot of things to create a new experience. Where is the innovation when it comes to meetings, incentives, congresses, and events? We need the power of youth, of the youngest entrepreneurs, of the SMEs, and of course of the startups to create new technologies and to help us to innovate not only in these 3 hotspots, if I can say, that basically are 50% of the whole innovation of the tourism sector. We need to diversify a little bit more on the different subsectors in order to have a 360 integral and complete innovation. Then, thanks to our programs again, our startups have raised more than $240 million. This only in the last 3 years. And this, once again, is aligned with joining efforts between the public and the private sector. I can say that thanks to the power of partnerships, we can, Amadeus, MasterCard, Globalia, Wakalua, the governments of Portugal, Argentina, Colombia, Spain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Macau, among others, have been supporting these programs, and thanks to them, today, innovation is a reality inside the UNWTO, and the connections has been done to create more than 100 pilot projects and more than 300 mentorship programs. In that way, we are helping the smallest to grow. So, innovation today has the challenge in not only in helping the tourism ecosystem to get more mature. The biggest challenge I see in the touristic innovation ecosystem is with the SMEs. As you know, tourism, the touristic chain is created by different actors, but 80% of those actors are small and medium enterprises. And unfortunately, during COVID times, they have received a lot of funds for surviving, not for investing in technology, not for investing on innovation. This is the moment where we need to empower the SMEs, to help them and to mind the gap in order to have a sustainable sector where everybody can use technology. That's why inside the UNWTO, we created the UNWTO Digital Futures, a program that was launched during the last UNWTO General Assembly, which aim is to bring accessibility and to bring access to new technologies to the small and medium enterprises. It's really easy. You just need to go to the UNWTO website, click on the Digital Futures program. You need to enroll and to fill a form, and then We will, thanks to the partnership with MasterCard, we will be able to connect and to give you a personal assessment on where is your SME, where are your gaps, and what do you need to fill those gaps. We decided to create 4 verticals that are the most important technologies that are needed in our sector. The technologies are, first of all, digital payments by far. Second of all, cloud. Third of all, digital marketing. And fourth of all, everything related to artificial intelligence and how, through artificial intelligence, you can predict in different data-driven models. With those 4, the idea is to train more than 2 million SMEs and then to give them access to digital tools and to keep those tools into their own businesses. Without the power of the SMEs and without them digitized, we cannot talk about a modern tourism sector. When it comes to education, I am really passionate on this matter, and more than passionate, maybe, it's my obsession. Why? As you know, tourism is the most important employer of youth and of women. But remember that 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. And 50% of youth desire to become an entrepreneur in the mid-future. So if we want to do things great, whatever we invest in education is a small amount compared with the impact of helping others to grow. Again, youth is a part of this priority inside the UNWTO. Education. What do we offer in terms of education? As you know, the education system has been experiencing a revolution thanks to COVID-19. So today, our strongest platform to train people is the UNWTO Tourism Online Academy, a place where top universities all around the world has been partnering with the UNWTO to upload massive online open courses and online certificate programs in order to scale up the way people are educated and to give access to the most vulnerable people that don't have the possibility to study tourism. I have here to thank to all the colleagues from Cornell, from IE University, from Les Roches, Lyon, École du Cas, PolyU from Hong Kong, Externado de Colombia, Universidad Católica de Chile, Swiss Education Group, among others. We have been partnering with the top league in terms of education to make education not only easier, but also to have added value content for everyone. Then, second part of our story, everything cannot be just online. So our second service is related to offline education. And when I talk about offline education, here is crucial what I'm going to say. 80% of the potential careers in tourism are only focused in hotel administration. That cannot be possible. As I already said before, tourism sector is created thanks to the power of 100 subsectors. So we need to create and to update the curricula. We need to create a policy and public policies where tourism is part of the development on every single country. If we want to create touristic destinations, if you want to create a country as or to have a nation focused on tourism, the only way to go and to succeed in the near future, in the mid-future, and in the longest future is by creating a professional path when it comes to education. In education, I would like to ask some questions to you today. How many of you had some of the subjects that you had in high school or in kindergarten related to tourism? How many of you studied law, business, engineering, or maybe government and international affairs, and you had even the possibility of having an elective focused in tourism? How many of you have been searching something that is not, that has nothing to do with hospitality or hotel management. And I know that at least 1% of those that are in front listening to this speech today would say that maybe they had any approach. And that's the problem. We need to create a professional path. Since we are the kids are in kindergarten, so to explain the power of tourism, then when the teenagers are in high school, we need to involve them in social impact projects. We can give electives for them to work during the last years in tourism, in hospitality. Then, when we are in the universities, if we want to study tourism, we need to be able to study not only hotel management. Of course, that's amazing. Of course, hospitality is amazing, but it's not the only thing that we need to study. We need to study, for example, data-driven decisions, digital marketing, data scientists specialized in tourism. We can artificial intelligence or deep technologies on tourism, transport, in order to work in a top airline and to understand the airline business, because transport is part of tourism, the cruise industry is part of tourism, the trains and the railroads, the infrastructure, that is part of tourism as well. And then when it comes to manufacturing goods that are related to tourism, we need to understand the whole chain. And this is crucial to do it now. That's why in the UNWTO, we are partnering not only with the national governments, but also with the universities to help. For example, we have signed a letter of intent with the University of Lucerne, one of the top schools in Switzerland and in the world, of course, to help them to innovate and to help together and to collaborate together on the desired bachelor's that is needed when you study tourism. We are doing the same with different countries all around the world. We are trying to create the first international academy in Saudi Arabia that will be focused in tourism. We are working with the United Arab Emirates on their methodology and supporting their methodology to have tourism in high schools. We are creating, with the support of our UNWTO Education Committee, the first policy paper in order to help the governments and the national administrators on how to create public policies since the beginning of the education roadmap until the last part of that roadmap, that is lifelong learning, to include tourism as an economic sector, because we cannot forget that is one of the biggest economic sectors, that is one of the most important sectors when it comes to services exports, and of course that one of the most important things of tourism is that is really powerful when it comes to the contribution to employment, to the GDP, and of course to diversity. But we need to talk this, we need to be serious in the way we teach tourism and in the way we can bring opportunities to everyone, not only again on just a small part of the chain. The third part of our story, of course, is quality, and we need to create everything that can help us to bring quality to our environment, to update our professors, to create toolkits, to create new methodologies, and that those tools are able to all the professors and to the faculty. We are working to create a toolkit for the faculty of teachers in order to align efforts and to have an ABC on the basic ways or on the basics that everyone needs when it comes to tourism teaching. And last but not least, of course, added value jobs. We have the UNWTO Jobs Factory. That is the platform where you can find a job thanks to the power of artificial intelligence. And once you study in our academy, in the online academy, you are able to have job opportunities, because nothing can be done if we just focus on the academic background, but then we don't cross it to, of course, the practical background. And finally, investments. In investments, of course, if you tell me what do I think about investments? I feel that the future of investments are two. The first part is venture capital. Remember that during the pandemic, tourism was one of the most affected sectors. Nonetheless, when it comes to venture capital investments, investment in technology, that was the only indicator from the touristic sector that remained stable. $22 billion were invested the last year in tourism startups. And thanks to this power, we have seen that more emerging entrepreneurs has been growing. That's incredible and that's amazing. And when you see the power of Africa, I just saw that in Africa, more than $200 million were invested in tourism startups last year. In Latin America, I saw that the power is that good that $400 million were invested in Latin America. And I'm just talking about the emerging markets. The mature markets as the US, China, and of course Europe are even huge because they today are in the phase where they are scaling up their solutions, and they have been able to adapt their solutions into new markets. So that's incredible, and I feel that focusing on attracting more venture investments and on creating new opportunities to those investors that haven't invested in tourism is part of our future. Only 5% of the unicorns in the world are startups from tourism. We need to create more and more and more. And the only way to create them, one way is, of course, by helping entrepreneurs to grow and to create a methodology for them to be constant in their business models, but on the other side is to bring opportunities, to bring facilities, and from the public sector to create incentives to bring foreign venture capital into the countries. And the second part of the story, when I talk about investments, is of course green investments. Tourism is the most human economic sector, and tourism, of course, is tourism thanks to the human and the natural resources. Without the people and without the natural resources, we cannot talk about tourism. So, as you know, climate change is here. Our sustainable development goals is our agenda and is our common agenda. So, if we work for maintaining the investments with regulations and incentives from the government that gives some stable panoramas to our investors, plus we create new public policies on sustainability, we will be able to lead by example this change that the world is needing today. Inside the UNWTO, we offer four, again, programs. The first one is the UNWTO Data and Investment Guidelines. We have the general one that is created in collaboration with the Financial Times, and the other ones are created here in-house with the governments. We have created, this year we initiated this program, and we created the Dominican Republic Doing Business in Tourism Guideline, Colombia, Argelia, and then we are working on Tanzania, Mozambique, and with different countries in Latin America and in Europe, because we know that helping the governments and our member states to create their own investment guideline will help them to promote this voice with specific projects and, of course, with a very technical due diligence on the matter. Second of all, our investment forums as well to connect the public and the private sector for good. Third of all, green investments, as I already said. We have a program with the IFC to promote green hotel investments. As you know, after transport, the second subsector of tourism that has more emissions when it comes to tourism is the hotel sector or the hotel industry. So we're working with them in order to help the hotels to create a new certificate, the EDGE certificate, that is the sustainable certificate of the World Bank and of the IFC. And then after you get the certificate, you will be able to access to funds to rebuild your business plan into a more greener and sustainable business plan. And last but not least, of course, our investment network, where we are working with more than 300 investors to help them to seek for new opportunities. I remember that during COVID, we did a survey and 50% of our investors told us that they will keep investing in tourism. Nonetheless, they told us that they will focus on ESG projects, everything focused on environmental solutions, social impact, and of course, governance. So don't miss this opportunity. I just want to finish by telling you that, of course, the UNWTO is here to help. That today I have been briefed on the 3 pillars that I lead inside the UNWTO that are helping to change the vision of the most human economic sector. But remember that without them, without innovation, without education, without investments, we cannot talk about a sustainable tourism. And without empowering youth, we cannot talk about the tourism sector that is the most important sector for them. I wish you all the best, and I just want to encourage you to join us and to join all the programs that the UNWTO is running today for better, for the good of our society, and of course, for achieving our common agenda that is the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we send from here a big regards to Natalia. We're nice to have her in, online, as she's always very, very active. And so we come in here, to now you've been listening for a few hours. Thank you for that. Been a lot of information, a lot of reflections, communication. Now we have questions for you. So I hope that you're ready, and the gin tonic doesn't affect you much in terms of the capabilities. I give you also a microphone to Susana, my partner. It's really lovely to see her, because she's in Marbella normally here in Crans-Montana. So we're going to ask normally as an education we do in school. Who has a question? Have your hands. Any questions?
No questions. It means you were not listening.
I think that guys have a question. I say guys because people who are following online, he's sitting in the first line. So he looks like a very good student. And he was a very good student before. Exactly, so guys, any question? Something that we can answer, please know the lottery numbers.
What is one takeaway that you would take from today, for example? What would it be?
I give you a microphone.
One takeaway, there have been a lot of very good ideas that have been thrown across to us, especially from the experts in the field. I was very impressed to learn that this is not something that is being done very isolated. There are a lot of people collaborating, and that's the word you started the day with. Collaboration is absolutely key. I loved your presentation as well. So many different things that you can do in the tech space, NFTs. So there's a lot to absorb. Today I've just been sitting here in the front row, as you said, to absorb like a sponge, because there's so much going on. I'm hoping to go back and watch the reviews of this again later so I can understand more.
Very good answer, no? How much will we give you? That 8? That's a great?
That's a great answer. Yeah, no,
Walid, please.
Walid.
Yeah, you are very elegant always, Walid.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Walid W1.
You can put the microphone on your...
I'm an alumni as well. I had actually a question for the ACCOR gentleman. Because
who is doing right now an interview with a journalist, so we can find another person.
Okay, well, it's in general, because everybody spoke about innovation and technology and robotic, and things are going on. But and in NFTs and all that, how about the human touch, the human senses? I mean, we're concentrating only on visual. How about the senses, the smell, the taste, the touch? Yeah, in NFTs and all that, we don't have these. What is your contribution about all that. I mean, the people that spoke about all the NFTs and metaverse and so on and so forth. I would like to have that, because me as a consultant, the national consultant for gastronomy and hospitality and businesses that would like to expand, people always ask me this question, and my contribution about that, I mean, some of them, they are scared to eliminate some basic or normal, let's say, jobs that were around since ever. And now things are developing to the future. But how about these guys that didn't have the opportunity? Not everybody can have this education to go into developing these kind of programs or go into these kind of skills. So what about that? If can somebody help me out with
it was a question or a reflection?
Both.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So anyone would like to answer that? Please, Salma. Salma, please.
So
enlighten us.
I've been in marketing and hospitality for the past 10 years. I've had amazing mentors from Les Roches. What you're talking about is making something completely intangible tangible. It's the challenge that we have as marketeers. Are we going to stop editing videos to make people go to restaurants? We're not going to. Is NFT able today to come in and add it's actually without hardware, so it would be complicated. But we create brands. We bring all the senses together. We make sure that we try our best to convey exactly what the experience is about. And this is one of the points in common between technology and hospitality, is we design experience. So on the reflection of, why do we not push the boundaries? I think everyone would like to, but I think we should also take a minute to appreciate what's been done. And I think a lot of the projects are bringing a lot of value, and this team is doing incredible things. But on the topic of how are we helping the community, I don't have an answer for you, and that would be a question I would ask them as well, I think.
So I always say, thank you, Salma, thank you very much. I always say, ladies first. So, Sana, would you like to answer the question of Salma?
Well, yeah, the question is not an easy question. So should we go with the long answer or the short answer?
We're having 4 minutes.
4 minutes, so we go with the short answer. No, I mean, the part of the personal experience is always going to be there. So it all comes down to what I mentioned earlier. So what is it going to add value? What are the jobs that are still going to be there? The jobs that are still going to be there are the ones that add value. If it doesn't add value, it could be a personal, it could be, if it's something that is mechanical or it's very error prone, maybe that's going to be removed because it's more efficient in another way. But if it's the human touch, it can never be, well, I cannot say can never, but not so far. We're not going to see it in this lifetime, that it's going to be replaced. There's always, this is the beauty of Spark, which is we still teach the traditional hospitality, traditional in customer service, but we are spicing it up with technology to make it, to enhance it and to improve it. I think that is the key. It's not either or, but it's a combination of both. So you have to take the good thing of hospitality, the good thing of the human touch, and the good thing of technology. We just have to know sometimes where to stop. And some companies, I think that they're either too afraid of technology, and others are too freakishly pushing it, maybe pushing it too much until it doesn't make sense. So I think it's a key to find the balance between the two. Like I said, the advantages and the good things of one and the advantages and the good things of the other. So it's like an upgraded version of hospitality thanks to technology. So we have to consider both and not choose. We don't have to choose between the two. We have to integrate both up to a level that makes sense for customers and also for the company. So it's like it's an art in a way. So even though we're talking about technology and algorithms and so on, but still it's an art to see how much spice of technology spice you can add up so that the client will love it or he's going to hate it if you push it too much. Yeah.
Yeah, so we still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds before we go to the next activity and the nearly last activity of the day. And I have a little story that I can tell that before coming to the C-level panel, because we have a very important member here, okay, of the Olympic Committee. And mention about your comment, Susanna, 30 years ago, I was in the Olympic Games in Barcelona. I was 12 years old. And one of the activities of the Olympic Committee was to write a letter for the future. So I found this letter this year. Yeah, exactly. And I was very, very disappointed because anything that I predict, it happened. So no flying car, no teletransportation, no. It's a true story. But something that I would never thought at that time that all of us, we are now living, is that I will spend 24 hours of my life with a telephone. Connected all the time for working, for private life, for communication, for everything. So it's quite difficult to predict the future, very difficult, but very important for all of us to try to be understanding the trends, to find the right collaborations to create the future together. So without more hesitation, okay, I think Susanna has the real pleasure and honor to introduce to the C-level role panel. So please, Susanna.
All right, so as a last, I think it's a nice ending